Mm, 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 mm. Hey, hey, oh my God. Um, what time is it? Jeez. What? Oh my God. It's like 5:30 in the morning. It's 5:30 in the morning. It's 5:30 in the morning. And yeah, it feels like I've just been in suspended animation or something. I can't even I can't even remember what we were talking about. Is it really 5:30 in the morning? It's Monday. I no, no. I can't. Not again. It's Monday, so it's happening again. Uh, remember it was Friday or Saturday. Oh my God. When I was a kid, this used to happen all the time. I would lose track of a few days. Like, I don't really remember, but I remember just like always having days where I wouldn't remember what happened, or I would go to sleep. Uh, wake up like 3 days later, and I think it happened again. Or it must have, 'cause I don't remember the past couple of days. And I'm still so tired. It's like I haven't been sleeping. Like I've been gone somewhere. I don't even have the energy to argue with myself about whether or not it happened or didn't happen at this point. Oh, what does it all mean? Why is this happening to me? It's like I can't even remember the last couple of days. I don't know what I was doing. I just know I wasn't here. I when I was mm, when I was younger and this would happen, I it wasn't like back to back days. Because apparently I would go to sleep, and then my parents told me that I would be awake, but I wouldn't be like awake. My eyes would be open, but I wouldn't talk, or I'd be like just quiet. And then a couple of days later, I would be like back to normal. So I don't know if at that moment, like, I don't know, something else was keeping my body alive or awake. myself wasn't there. My conscious mind wasn't there. It's like now where I just feel like I was gone. And it wasn't like I've been sleeping. I feel like I should be freaking out more, but it's just it's kind of like, it's so familiar. I don't feel scared. I feel, just doesn't make sense. I don't know. It's like it keeps pulling me back in. Uh, I don't even know if I'm awake now, if I'm still dreaming. I I saw Lady Gaga. I saw Lady Gaga, and she was pushing. She had all of these strollers, these prams, like connected to each other, and she was pushing one, and they were all connected, so they were all moving at the same time. And she was at the mall. It's probably because we were at the mall the other day, or yesterday. Or was that today? I don't know. Anyway, she was pushing the strollers, and there were all these babies inside. And I was like watching her, but I was also one of the babies inside one of the strollers. And then all of a sudden we were at a house, like a manor house, like big double-story house that had a basement, an attic, and then a ground floor and a second level floor. And it was just her, but when we got to the house, it's like there were 50 or 100, like a lot of different versions of Lady Gaga in the house. And then each version started looking after each baby. So it's like all the babies had a different version of Gaga. And then my version of her was the mother version. Like she was literally dressed as a normal a normal mother. I don't know, what does that mean? She was dressed like a have you ever seen that movie with Nanny Diaries, I think? I don't know. She was dressed like a New York mom or something. Very weird. But then there was like the scary ones, like looking after the baby. And it's so weird. But it was so normal. It wasn't strange, like get me out of here. It was just normal. It was like homely. And we stayed, but it was like I was myself, but it's like I was invisible because I was just watching. But my experience or memories, if that makes sense, was like of the baby because I could feel like that was her mission or something to take care of all of these babies in the house. And there was no father, there was no dad in the house. It was just her. So I don't know why. Oh, and there was also this like Catholic stuff all over the house. Like Catholic artwork, paraphernalia. The focus was mainly at the house. It was like a Victorian house. Like very, very normal, if that makes sense. Traditional, traditional. And all the babies were different. But all the Lady Gagas were in one place. Well, it's like one of them would be sitting down on the couch, then the other one with one baby, and then another one would be with another baby. Hey, Zodek, welcome back. Okay, so I am not dreaming. I am alive. For a second there, I thought I was still dreaming. I can't believe I lost so much. So many hours. And there was something else going on as well in the dream. It's all bits and pieces, like fast forwarding through a movie. And there were some parts that were normal and real, and then there were other parts that were like I don't know, special. I don't say special effects. Zodek says, "How's it going?" Sorry, just jumped in and beat myself. Don't beat yourself. It's okay. Just jump in the chat. I'm happy to have you here. It's good. I don't even know what's happening right now, Zodek. I'm still trying to piece it together. Um, but it's good to have a familiar name and face. I'm Beat. Oh, Beat. Okay. I'm still having brain fog. Wait, let me read that again. Zedek said, "How's it going?" Sorry, just jumped in. I'm beat myself, meaning he's tired. Um, I feel like I've been in another dimension for the past, I guess, couple of days. Um, it used to happen a lot when I was a kid, but now I think after what we've been talking about, it's happening again. Zodek says, "I'm glad I'm here." LOL. The energy and dreams this week have been crazy. Exactly. It's like we opened a portal and now there's no turning back. Well, it's not like there's no turning back. It's more like this has always been happening, but now our awareness is so tuned into it. It's like there never was a turning back. Now it's like just waking up into what it is or what it has been, I guess. As in the, what did you dream about? What dreams did you have? Because I'm still trying to put this one together. Zurich says, so I'm always exhausted after fighting demons or the darkness or whatever. It's taxing on the 3D body. Exactly. I mean, is that what you were dreaming of? Fighting demons and or darkness? Because I feel like there was is like the dream I had was like light and gaga and but there was some weird special like it looked like some I don't know like I want to say special effects dreams but I guess demons is a good word. There's always like bits and pieces that are different to the main dream, and then the main dream is like the safe the safe place, the nice place. Um and then the weird parts are like the place I call Bizarro World, that dark alleyway with all the dark dressed people dressed in black. And the lighting is always like red and just shadowy and it's like meant to be scary. I feel like they want to be scary in that place. And then there's the nice part where it's like all light and that nice light. Zodiac says, but my dreams have been all over actually. Dreams of different ships flying all over the skies, dreams of conversations. Okay, but what kind of ships? Like spaceships or like sea ships? Because I've been having some sea ships as well, and have I've been having like medieval times. Like the dark side or whatever has been kind of like medieval times. And then the nice side, like the Lady Gaga side, that was modern times or even futuristic times because they were like 100 versions of Lady Gaga, but they weren't shocked. So maybe it was like clones. I don't know. Maybe it was like the future and they had robots. Or maybe they just have this technology already in wherever that place was. Because they weren't, they could, I don't know, all the babies were like in the same, it wasn't like different or parallel dimensions. It was all happening in the same space. But it's like she could just split herself up into different, well, the same, I don't know. There's lots of Lady Gaga. Zedek says it was spaceships, triangles, tic tacs, and orbs. So those are the legit spaceships. So what if, well, that's probably why you guys were probably flying all over and I don't know, while we were all sleeping. And then I wonder who else had an abduction in the group. And then Zodek says, Zodek says it was spaceships, triangles, tic tacs, and orbs. But I've been having visions of past lives, and I've seen myself as like a knight of King Arthur's court at one point. It's funny you say that. I just said medieval times, and that was one of the things. That's one of the things. That's why I was like, it felt like medieval times, and I was like, I'm not gonna talk about it because it's gonna sound like so stupid, like the Lady of the Lake and all of that. No. Remember when we were walking and I said that guy when we went by the Lunar building, and I said, "Oh look, there's a guy wearing a Lakers um jersey." I also saw that. I don't know what the Lakers have to do with it, but Maybe it's all just like I don't know, a mishmash. Because then it's like the Lakers, and then I saw the Lady of the Lake, and then I saw I don't know. I'm not gonna say because that's gonna just freak me out even more. And I'm not even fully awake yet. And Zodiac says, so I want to talk about abductions. I've put together timelines since the beginning, and I think it can help out. Well, Zodiac, you can tell us on the chat, or if you can come on live and tell us. It's up to you, but I'm ready to find out what's going on. And what does Lady Gaga have to do with it? Why is she always there? What's her deal? Is she abducting us? But she was like the mother on over there. What does it mean? And what's the medieval stuff? Art of Pain, welcome. Can you tell us what she might be part of the divine feminine? Zodiac says she might be part of the divine feminine aspect. She might be, she has to be. But it's so, I mean, unusual, I think. Although I guess it makes sense. I would expect like, someone else. Zodiac says I can jump on, but let me get my laptop going on, not my phone. Okay, perfect. Perfect. The link is in the description box if you want to join in the live. Um, and we need to figure this out because I feel like everything that happened is no, I want to say a sign, but it's a clue to something that's obvious, that's already been happening to us since the beginning. Ow. Ow. Um, Art of Pain says, what did I miss? You missed Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga. You didn't miss anything, Art of Pain. Art of Pain says, excluding everything. You didn't miss anything. You just came in time. I'm the one who missed everything, apparently. A couple of days. Um, the lights keep going off. Uh, but going, yeah, when Zodiac comes on, well, I don't know, Out of Pain, have you had any dreams that didn't feel like dreams lately? Because Zodiac has been having, I think we were in the same place because I was like, I'm dreaming of medieval times and I was dreaming of King Arthur's court and the round table, but then I was like, I can't say that, I'm gonna sound insane. And then Zodiac had the same dream. No way. I'm sure you do. Art of Pain says, sadly, I don't dream. I'm sure you do, but maybe you don't remember. Because that's what I was also saying, that sometimes it's like chopped up. Like you remember bits and pieces, but you don't remember how it changes. Like it just changes where you are, and then you don't know how. And then when you wake up, you forget. Zodiac says we've been helping out throughout time. Well, that makes sense, but then why now? Why are they showing us? Maybe because now the world is going insane. Why are they showing us about the medieval times? Like, why not the the Ice Age or something. I don't know why the medieval or why not the Renaissance, something nice, something pretty. Why or the 80s or something? Why medieval times? Um, and there's always that like weird part of the dream where it's like dark and where all the people are wearing black. I don't know if Out of Pain has had that like before, or if you haven't been remembering your dreams for a long time. But it's like the medieval times thing is kind of new for, well, not new, but normally when I dream of that dark world, the back room, the bizarro place, it's not medieval times. It's more like the 90s. It's more like leather and the 90s. Like maybe even what is it like? It's like Mad Max. Uh kind of. But now it was like medieval times. It was like old. It was old. There was no electricity. It was just dark and scary. And stones, like stone buildings, stone fire, flickering flames. Um, Out of Pain says, I've seen dark silhouettes aligned around the edge of my bed one night, not in a dream though. See, those are the things. I see those things in the dream world, realm, sphere, whatever. And they are scary. They are menacing. And they have a very, very weird vibration. And normally, if you just say, like, get out in the name of Jesus, they disappear. I don't know why, but that always just comes to mind at that time. You just remember it. And then it works and they disappear. But in the dream, you don't think of that because you are dreaming. Um, so normally it's just running away from them that helps. Yeah, yours aren't in the dream. Yours are in real, well, like sleep paralysis type thing. And then, sorry, you guys. It always feels like it's not really sleep because when you wake up, you still like feel like you've been awake, just in another reality. Out of Pain says the one to my left touched my forehead, but it wasn't an arm or hand. It was a point of black energy right on my third eye. Oh, so it wasn't. Whoa. So it's almost like these things aren't even. Maybe they aren't human. Maybe we just see them as human because we are used to humans, and maybe we are just dealing with the energy like Wi-Fi, and maybe it's not. See, but that's the thing. I was gonna say maybe it's just random. It's not like specific, but if it knew to go to your third eye, then it has to be some kind of conscious energy that has a goal, it has a motivation, it has a motive. Art of paint is definitely not human, no. But it has a goal if it went into your third eye. Because it knew to go there. Like, why did it go there? The art of paint is not what I experienced. Yeah. Because if it's just like if it was just random energy, it wouldn't even come to you. It would be there, but it wouldn't direct itself. And I wonder if it knows, or if it sees us as human, or if it sees us as energy, like a light. If we see them as shadows, do they see us as a light? Because in the dream, they have faces. They have faces, they have bodies, flesh, but it's sometimes, I mean, it's kind of like I don't know, it's just leather. Like not like bikers. It's not like bikers. It's like BDSM. It's like gothic. That's the word, gothic. But without the makeup, I don't know. The Art of Pain says, when I died, I seen others around me as bright and colorful light. Some I didn't see, but I heard and felt as a frequency. Art of Pain, when did you die? Did you have an NDE as well? If you don't mind sharing, what was it? What happened? Did you go into the other side for a while and then come back? Or were you close to? Oh, well, you said you died, so I guess you did. Was it an accident? Whoa. Maybe that's why. Maybe everyone here had a near death experience, and somehow, because we went there, we got touched by it's like a Stephen King novel. Maybe because we all almost died, we brought back some stuff with us. For no, but we've had it since we were kids. I don't know. There we go. Art of Pain says I bled out from an injury. And then Zodiac says I've had 2 out-of-body experiences during seizures. Oh gee. And then he says, oh geez, that's horrible as a reaction to what happened to Art of Pain. Art of Pain says 30 minutes for an ambulance to get to me and a 45-minute ride to the hospital. Jeez, Art of Pain, what happened? I'm so sorry to hear that. Did you? Was it a what kind of a wound caused the bleeding, if you're allowed to say? Out of Pain says they said I had no pulse when they got to me. And all the people that you saw, the light and the colorful beings, were they people you knew? Were they people in your family? Or was it just people with a good, whose faces you couldn't see, but they emitted some kind of peace or a good feeling, like heaven, basically? And what did they say, if you don't mind sharing? And remember, if you want to come on live, please go to the description box. There's a link to the Instagram, which has a link in the bio to call into the show. Uh, Out of Pain says it was self-inflicted in the drunken heat of an argument with my ex-wife. Oh no. I'm so sorry, Out of Pain. That's harsh. That's for both of you, because I'm sure she there and then she had to wait with you for the ambulance, or did she leave and then it happened? And is this the same ex-wife you mentioned before? Oh my god. I'm sorry. Zodek says, I'm so sorry to hear that as well. Ah, that's hard. Because then, especially if she was there, or if she left and then found out about it, what did you say? And was this before that thing you mentioned before with the moon and I guess this would have been after, that would have been afterwards. The Art of Pain says, yeah, she held a towel on my arm for 30 minutes. Right after I heard her is why I hurt myself. Oh my gosh, Art of Pain. Is that why you wanted her? Yeah, way before the moon. Do you think these, and obviously, Art of Pain, you've been seeing these things. Do you think or like, is that why you went to the moon? Is what I'm trying to ask. Because you didn't want to hurt her anymore and you wanted them to take her to her dream life or to a better situation, or what you thought was a better situation by going with the rich man? Or was that, did you guys like resolve that? And then, by the way, when you got to the hospital, what did they say? Did you tell them about what you saw? Was it like a miracle to be alive? Out of Pain says the black entities were when I was 15. Okay, so you saw them in a dream and then you saw the colorful light beings in the near death experience. I wonder if there's a connection though between seeing them and having those experiences. Because maybe when you see them, it just, I don't know. Maybe it's like we are more attuned to death, I think, or like the death realm. It's not that dramatic for us. Art of Pain says we were together 12 years after the fight. Oh, wow. Jeez. Well, why did you want her to go with the rich man? 12 years, that's like a whole lifetime. That's a whole generation almost, half a generation. What Art of Pain says, I watched the EMT's OTW for a while. They were the brightest lights around, but mostly vast dark gray smoke emptiness. Maybe ah and when you came out of that, how did you make sense of it? What did you say was happening when you were healed, when you came out? How did you make sense of it? Did you say that they were just the EMTs, or did you see them as angels? And that the dark gray smoky emptiness was like the nothing, the void. Out of Pain says paramedics on the way. Oh, on the way, OTW. So I watched the EMTs on the way for a while. They were the brightest lights around, but mostly vast, dark, grey, smoky emptiness. Art of Pain says, I'm still trying to process it now, 20 years later. Isn't that wild how these things happen? And then we just have to, like, there's no answer. They call it the third man syndrome or something, or third man phenomena, where that's the scientific, I guess, term for it, where you have an NDE and then you see these angels or you see someone there helping you, but it's like there's definitely more to it than that. There's much more going on behind the scenes. And I think one of the mistakes we make is believing that if something was real, then we would learn about it at school. And if something was real, it would be provable in a court of law. But sometimes there are things that are real that you cannot necessarily prove like that. And maybe that's what we're discovering now. The Art of Pain says only now certain things click, and I'm like, oh, that's what it was. So, what type of things have been clicking? Like, how have you been making sense of it? Because I think one of the things, well, for me anyway, was thinking one of the mistakes was me thinking it was all in my mind. It was all just happening randomly. I think the temptation to disbelieve is very, very high because it makes life easier to disbelieve. And you're kind of rewarded for disbelieving sometimes. So I just thought it was all in my mind until now, obviously. We know it's not. So for those 20 years, when did you accept that it wasn't in your mind? That it wasn't just unique to you, that other people have been having these similar experiences? Oh, it's so. Oh, jeez. Still orangey as ever. I'm still trying to figure out what Lady Gaga is doing and why I was in the medieval times. It's like, and there was like castles, well, like stony buildings. And out of pain, when you saw these people, were they like angels? Like, what do you call them? Zodek says, okay, finally got my laptop up and running. Okay, Zodek, when you're ready to call in, I see a plus sign at the bottom. The Art of Pain says, sorry, brother, I'm cooking at the moment. Are you making salmon patties again? Or what are we having tonight? I think if I press this plus button, it should, I don't know, add you. So you tell me when you click the link and then I'll press the plus and then see what happens. Art of Pain says no, they were just light. So you couldn't see their faces. Steak. Art of Pain is having steak today. Good. Some steak, and are we gonna dress it up with some avo and cream cheese or something? No, no cheese. You guys are very healthy. I remember that part. I should have something healthy too later. And bananas and strawberries, very nice dessert. Nice fruit salad type dessert. I'm craving ice cream for some reason. Just normal vanilla ice cream this time, not an ice lolly. Out of pain, I eat lots of cheese. Okay, good. Yes. I love cheese. Okay, so we're having cream cheese on the steak. When I used to eat meat, that was one of my favorites. Steak with cream cheese and avo and pepper. Zodek says nothing seems to have popped up. Okay, I'm gonna press the plus sign. I wonder what's gonna happen. I think it will notify me that you're joining. Because it's just giving me the link to share, which I've already shared. So I think Zodek, if you just press it, it will notify me somehow. The links on my Instagram. Art of Pain and the link changes every stream, so I change it every time I go on. Art of Pain says I just had regular vanilla ice cream just minutes ago. See, I'm sensing it through you. I got cream cheese. I'm trying it. I love cream cheese. Yes, it's amazing, especially on steak. I remember that from 10 years ago. Geez, how long have I been vegetarian? Like 15 years. Oh my gosh, that's terrifying. That's wild. That's crazy. And everyone says, if you don't eat meat, you'll die. Well, I'm still alive. No, but meat's great. If you want it. I'm trying to figure out what all this stuff means. Um, I'm gonna try clicking on this button. Yes. Heart of Pain says, I'm sorry, brother. I'll eat a steak for you. LMAO. Yes. think of me. uh, okay. I mean, it should work. Just let me know how it's coming along, Zodek. Like, it should say something. It should give me a notification somewhere that you're calling. Okay. It says, Zodek says, it says mobile only. And steak sounds amazing right now. I'm thinking whenever people talk about meat, I just substitute it with my vegan meat. So I'm imagining a vegan steak now with some Asian, what is it, dressing or marinade. There are a few things from Asia I liked that I think I'll keep. Very few, very few. One of them is Asian marinade or Asian dressing and coconut cream, coconut milk. That's yummy. If you I think Art of Pain doesn't eat vegetables, only fruit, so no potato chips with the steak. I'm imagining a vegan steak with potato chips, hand cut fries. And instead of a Coke, some wine or orange juice. Out of Pain says, no veggies, no. Too many carbs. No potatoes? Oh my gosh. I need potatoes. Potatoes are everything. Gotta have mash or potato chips. Fried, baked, everything. Potatoes. Do you like okay, tomatoes are technically a fruit. So are you allowed to? I think you can have tomatoes and tomato sauce. Do you like tomatoes? Okay, Art of Pain says I'll eat potatoes every now and then. Okay, well at least there's some potato. They're just too yummy. I mean, potatoes and oil are a match made in heaven. There we go. It works. I'm adding Zerdek into the call, to the live. Welcome.
Hey, what's up?
Hi. What's up? I'm good.
All right.
It's good to have you on the show. Well, not a show, on the line, in our lives.
Yeah. Well, now I gotta rehook up my phone again and the cord I have sucks. So I gotta because my battery's low. So I was like, I'm gonna jump on my laptop, and then it was like, nah, you can't use a laptop. So I'm like, all right, that figures. So I was like, all
I
right.
mean, yeah, but it's weird because how do they know, first of all, and then what's the difference
I know
between,
it's all just
it's like all internet.
yeah. Yep. Let me get this hooked up again here.
Okay, while you hook that up, Art of Pain says he likes tomatoes and he eats salad occasionally. So he's getting some nutrition, some vegetables in there.
Yeah, I love a good salad every once in a while. Not like
Yeah, I would eat that for like breakfast, lunch, and dinner. No, but how are you? And how have you been this weekend? And everything. There's so much.
It's been crazy. Honestly, it's been really crazy. Like, so there was like a whole thing at home, and then there was like, it's just like, I've been getting all these like, so I've been on this like crazy journey with like my higher self recently, and like it's just been like, just like figuring everything out. Like, I don't even know how to
But
start, but
is
like,
it making sense? Like, is it
yeah,
coming? Okay,
yeah. Like,
well, help me because I'm confused. What is the medieval thing? Okay, well, you tell. Well, what happened? You tell me, and then I'll ask. Or I don't know how you want to do it.
I guess I can give you a quick summary of what I discovered about my lifetime, if that helps, because it all kind of links up to with I think what we were talking about before with like the Tuatha De Danann, medieval knights, and all that stuff like that. So this is going to sound really out there, but just bear with me. But so
It doesn't sound out there on this channel.
I know. I wonder if I could show. I wish I could show pictures up on the screen, but I can just. I have drawings too because I always sketch out what I see in my visions and my dreams. But anyway,
That's perfect.
so um, I also figured out what that golden box was too that we were talking about before. Um,
Yes,
and that has everything to do with this as well. But so my first lifetime ever, I was created in like another galaxy, and I was a like a an air elemental creature, like an air elemental creature, and like some like fire elemental as well. And I was imbued with like two different senses, like two different skills, let's say, and one was like justice, and one was like free will, essentially. Which is like free will is like a big part of like all of this. Like all this scary crap is like kind of bull, really, just kind of fear. And I got to find this
so
picture.
it's kind of like a test in a way,
Yeah.
or a reminder. Yeah.
So, well, let me just say. So I'll show you the pictures then. But so I lived on this planet. It's kind of like, let's kind of say like how Scotland and Ireland looks, like the greenery, the colors of the rocks, stuff like the colors of the oceans up there. And where we lived, there was like a small pack of us, and we lived on this huge cliffside along these oceans, these like raging oceans. And on the very top, the cliffs had like caves. And at the very top of the cliff, there's like these huge, massive, like canopy, like canopy treetops. And we kind of just lived there as like a community, like together. There wasn't really like a leader or anything. We just kind of worked together. Um, and then like, yeah. So I kind of lived this lifetime. And then after this lifetime, I was like an elemental spirit, just kind of floating around the astral and the cosmos, just living my life. And then at some point, um, God or source, whatever you want to call it, um, which is what I've come to discover is actually the lady, which is the mother aspect, and there's a father aspect. So there's like kind of like two aspects to God, which I've kind of discovered recently, which I don't know if we've talked about yet. So it's like the father, the mother, the son, and then the Holy Spirit. And it's funny because they're touching about the father, the mother, and the son in Star Wars a lot. I don't know if you've noticed that as well. If anything with Star Wars, they're really like breaking down on that. But anyway, so basically, the mother, she comes up and kind of like scoops me up and takes me in, and so does father, I guess at the same time, let's say. And they're just kind of like nurturing me and filling me up with like love and light, and just kind of like, I don't know, just it was like a really crazy experience. And then they were just kind of like, you know, because when I was with the pack of the other elemental creatures, I like there wasn't a leadership, like I said, but I was kind of like let's say like top dog as far as like I kept guard, and I kind of like there was like me and then like four others, and we kind of just watched the pack. We we watched over everybody, make sure everybody was safe. and they kind of saw that and they knew that from me from when they made me, and then they like took me up and are like, we want you to ask you for help, and then they basically took me and they transmuted me and turned me into like a griffin, like no lie, like into a griffin. Like so, the first time I met Zerdik, who was my higher self, which is like years down the road, the first time I actually met him, me, let's say, was like I was around like 18, I think. I had like a crisis. And this is how he showed up to me at first. He showed up to me as like this giant fiery griffin with like a fiery like aura. And I was like, what the F am I seeing? It's like I'm like seeing this thing in my vision. And it was like kind of like I was like, am I seeing demons? Like what? But then he kind of like changed his form and toned it down to make him more like habitable for
An
me.
angel.
Yeah, until we got used to each other. And like so basically what happens was they kind of like created me as like the griffin, and like I came to Earth, and I came to Earth, and like, and I think you did as well, and others as well, and we came and like that holy war that was like whatever, like we came and we fought that first battle, let's say, and we like you said we won, like that's what happened, and but since we kind of came here as angels, we weren't really born here as humans, like so, but I was kind of like under the sense of like I can reincarnate here if I wanted to, but it's kind of like if I reincarnate here, it's kind of like it's not like my scratch your back, you scratch mine. It's not like a contract. It was more of like everything was kind of like how do I describe this?
Like a retirement.
Yeah, but it's like yeah, so it's like
Yeah.
you can reincarnate here, and like yeah, you like keep your memories and stuff like that if you wanted to, or you can like be born as like a new birth and like whatever start over kind of like and like but it's at the same time there's like the whole aspect of where the fourth dimension where all of our
It's still happening.
and so at the same time like I will come here so I will come here after the war and I would still fight like like I would still take place in battles on earth that were decidable stuff like at one point I was a Viking Jarl. I was a knight in King Arthur's court. um I was a World War II pilot. I was a fighter pilot.
I've
i
seen that as well.
I was all these things. But then I was also allowed to have like I was allowed to choose. So those ones I chose to kind of help because that was kind of my thing. I was like, I help for free will and love, and I just help people out, humanity out. Like, that was like my thing, help out. So I would come and help out when I needed to, but then I was also allowed to come and help live a life of like I had a couple of lives where I was like an artist, like a tapestry artist. I would make like tapestries for like temples and things like that. Um, so it was kind of like I could reincarnate here, but then at the same time, and I would I still fight on the astral realm at nighttime. Like I've been doing that ever since. I've been doing that my whole life. I go at nighttime and I fight and I hold the line and keep the balance. It's like about the balance. So keep the balance. Make sure they don't come into Earth, and then kind of hold the line on the fifth dimension, like Lumania as well. So it's kind of like where that's yeah. Um,
Okay, wait, let me add Morse code into the thing because he's written as well. Okay, Art of Pain says you should watch Casey. So check out Casey as
who's
well.
Casey? Who's Casey?
Um, Casey is a light worker from Florida, I think. I'm not sure. But she's on YouTube as well, and she does readings and light codes as and stuff.
Nice.
Morse code says in your mind you have capacities, to telepath messages through the vast unknown places. Close your eyes and concentrate with every thought you think upon the recitation we're about to sing, I think he wants to say. And then that's what we said last time. Calling occupants of interplanetary craft, calling occupants of interplanetary craft, calling occupants of interplanetary, most extraordinary craft. You've been observing our Earth, and we'd like to make contact with you and your friends. And then Art of Pain is like,
Oh,
he needs to meet Casey. She's from Idaho, sorry.
um, So, well, I actually want to add real quick.
Her name, sorry, her name is the Guardian Oracle 33. Thank you, Out of Pain. I'm terrible with remembering the handles of everyone. So it's the Guardian Oracle 33. That's her YouTube handle.
All right, let me write that.
Sorry, go ahead.
I'm going to show you that picture of that real quick. But Guardian Oracle 33. Okay, I'll just write that real quick because
Yes,
um,
the Guardian Oracle 33.
so I always had this problem my whole life because I was always like under attack with like depression, anxiety, I had like autism and ADHD and that stuff like that. And so I was always like under the like for the longest time my entire life. So there's actually a long period of my life where I thought I was living the same life over and over, and that actually has to tie
In one life, or you
yeah,
mean
this.
over again?
So that has to tie in with like time, and I think we'll talk about that at some other point. But like, um, where I was getting at with this. So I had a really hard life growing up. I had a lot of things happen, a lot of bad things happened to me. I dealt with a lot of stuff. And what I finally figured out because like I was like having because I talked about where the shadow figure came would come to me at nighttime, and then the lady came to me, God, she came the mother, she came to me and helped me out. And I finally figured out what that all was about. And it's like essentially like you would us like angels who would come here reincarnate if we decided to come and like have like a birth and we would lose our memories. We would essentially go to sleep and they would come and take us and we would go to school at nighttime, like go to class. And we would
Yeah,
learn our memories and we'd learn stuff because like I've always been fascinated with like the history of everything in the universe and like just ideas of time and all these concepts ever since I was like I could remember just a little kid. Just I was always in like thinking about everything else. And and I never knew why because what happened like there was they basically knew like the dark forces knew like I think a bunch of us into this lifetime because this lifetime is very important for the next juncture for humanity. It's like a very important, and they knew, and they set traps. So essentially, what happened was they did damage to my physical body. So every time I would go to sleep and go to
travel.
school, I couldn't retain anything when I came back, and I was such a beacon that I had all these paranormal experiences at my house time growing up that I would just attract stuff that would come to me. So I was so freaked out by everything else going around me. When they would come to take me to class at night, I was just like, "Who are you? Leave me alone! I'm freaking out." And then the lady showed up and she called me, and I laughed because actually kind of interaction. She like reprimanded that guy for his bedside manner, like because I'm just a little kid, and she was like, "You're scaring him." Like it was like she reprimanded him, and then but after that, he never came back to take me. I would just go to sleep, but I would still continue to go to class, but I could not remember it. But I started remembering having dreams where I was actually um, fighting, fighting the dark forces at nighttime, and then I started having those dreams when I was up until like 13. And over time, I was able to gain control of my dreams and gain control and gain control. And eventually, I was like just unstoppable. But then at a certain point in my life at 13, a lot of things happened that changed. And then there was like a veil at some point, and I just kind of like forgot a lot. And the veil kind of shifted, and like a lot of things from 13 to like early 30s, it was like rough. And I really didn't start figuring all this stuff out again until like not that long ago, a couple of years ago. But um, so yeah, I came here of my own accord um, to fight the big war, and then I decided to hang around and just kind of reincarnate a lot. I decided to like help out when I was needed to here, and then ever since I've been fighting in the astral or in the 4D ever since. And then now I just finally remembered that everything was kind of like of my own accord, So that's
And
kind of
pre.
yeah. So that's kind of I think that's kind of like a big part of it. And there's things like Jupiter and stuff. I remember in like the Tuatha De Dan and we were talking about like Lug, and we were talking about King Arthur, and then like I've been a Viking for sure, and but I've been other things as well. So it's like you know, yeah.
Well, I'm just gonna. Art of Pain says, when you go to Casey, tell her Jason sent you.
Okay. Yeah.
And he
I mean,
says the art.
sound like to any like listening to anybody, just let me know because like I think a lot of us were supposed to come back with our memories intact this time to help out,
Yeah.
and there was like a huge plan put in place to stop that. And then I remember hearing stories from like I don't know if you guys know anything about like in the Starseed community. There's like Cobra. He's like the leader of some like the Resistance or something with like the Galactic Federation. It's just stuff I read and like um there was like where was I going with that? There was something with that where it was like very interesting too, and I was going somewhere with that. Sorry, I apologize. I lost that train of thought.
No, it'll come back. You know how they
Yeah, there's
do
something.
our mind.
Something was
I
too.
want to know. I want to know. Okay, and Art of Pain says, Scripts, did you not sleep well? Well, I slept for extra long, so maybe it was good. And adulthood equals veil. Now, wait, before we get to that, please can you tell us your dreams? So, what have you been dreaming lately? Like yesterday, or
Yeah, a lot of
like,
weird. So I've been having a lot of conversations, but I've been doing a lot of like meditation, trying to like with like Lumania, like trying to like work on getting there and stuff, like on my own free will. Because I think there's a lot of trouble there. I don't know if you've noticed anything going on there. Do you have you been going there at all? And
well,
like,
that's why I want to know why all of a sudden, for me, it feels like the trouble is on the outside with the medieval times. When I was there, it was Lady Gaga.
yeah,
I saw Lady Gaga, but she was normal. But they were, when I say normal, I mean she wasn't scary because sometimes she can be a bit scary. I
yeah.
mean in 3D. But in Lumania, she was just a mom, a normal blonde mom, like a Fifth Avenue, New York mom for
What's
most of the time. And then she split up into 50 different people. But I also saw some medieval things in terms of like people like in I don't know if they were, you know how they used to like torture people and stuff and like grab people for no reason.
yeah,
And I feel like we were letting them go or setting them or like sneaking them out of some place at night, of a dungeon or something. But it's not clear. It's all like muddled up. And when you said King Arthur, I was like, that's exactly what I
well,
was. It was like that.
it's funny because like one of the first I remember in elementary school, one of the first like real novels I read was like a true account of King Arthur, and like it was like like one of the first books I read that was like, you know, of some, um, it was quite a huge book and it was pretty in depth for the time. I might have been in like fourth grade, I think, and I like, and it was like it even accounted for the history before he came about. So it took, everything that took place before. I can't remember exactly the whole history at this point, but and that was like one of the first, and it's so resonated with me then, and stuff like that always has. And like I was reading the story of the battle with Vlug and the far the Tuatha De Danann. What was that battle, that group? Remember it started with an F, that group there? It was the
Fomorians.
yes, yes, yes. Like I was literally reading this story and like the whole battle came right back to my vision. Like it was like the whole scene played out where like Luke like calls his spear you and he says you, he calls out you and he pierces the spear through his grandfather's eye, his evil eye, and like pops out the back and he calls it, and it's just like it was like the most vivid, you know. It was
Dream.
it was like I was reading it, but it took me right to it. Like right there. It was like um
But that's
profound, quite different for sure. And just
but
like if
that's
you're
the
go ahead.
thing. Why is it always pulling us to those areas, where if it's a battle or if it's saving people or it's never like, let's go have a feast.
Yeah.
It's always something to do with that. Why?
Yeah, and I know it's like, but then like I feel like we're also allowed to live lives just like we're whatever we really truly want to. Because I've had lives where I was like a cartographer, and I explored like all over Northern America with Native American Indians and became friends with them. I've and over in um like India and stuff like that too. And then like I said, I remember it was like a tapestry maker at one point. And those are far less than the ones where I was fighting. Let's just say that, but they were still.
Yeah.
I've had like
Or do you think
lives where I had families, and like other lives where I've had families, like just simpler lives too. Like just nothing that was like I don't want to do anything. I just want to go. I went through the thick of it. Like it's like I lost. I remember the one fight. I was a Viking, and like I was a Jarl, and I had a brother, and he died like right next to me, and then I died, and it was like I remember the whole experience, and like, and I think the next life after that was just like, all right, I need a break, and it was fine. There wasn't anything wrong with it, So, um,
do you think you secretly want to be in like a warrior? And so maybe that's why. Or all of us, we wanted to be these warriors. So because I feel like mine is more like a undercover agent trying to get people out. Yours is more on the front line,
yeah, I've
but
always kind
it's
of been that way
all
because I've always kind of been like a
military.
like growing up. I've always been like the Green Ranger, like as my Power Ranger growing up as a Green Ranger, the Dragon, and then like Ninja Turtles, like everything like that. I've always kind of been like, not like a hero complex, but like more of like a sense of justice where I've always had,
Yeah, yeah,
growing up, I've always had a sense of
justice.
justice growing up, and like, of like equality around the world and stuff like that. I've always kind of had that, like, I never had a sense of like, well, that was part of what led to where I am today with visions as a child. Was just like how humanity can kind of work in harmony and how it should be in harmony, and it's not, so,
And it's
but yeah.
so easy.
Yeah, it really is.
It
It really
feels
is.
so easy, but they
It's
don't want to. I
well,
don't
it's so
get it.
and it's like so simple. And the way I look at it too is like because I never had a problem getting along with people. Like I sorry, I always ramble a lot, but like I've always loved talking to people, and like I'm actually really introverted at home. I like my time alone, but I have moments where I like to go out and like talk to people and like learn. And everyone has a story. Everyone has a life, like, and like how great is that? Like just to take that from somebody, you can't like just to snuff out that story of somebody's life, like, and all their other stories they have connected to other people, and it's just like,
And everybody basically wants the same thing, to be
yeah.
happy, to have a family, and to just progress. It's
Well, that's
not
what
like
I've
rocket
always felt. I'm
science.
like, I feel like the majority of people in the world, they don't, nobody in the world, real, the majority of the masses do not want war. They do not want to live in poverty. They just want to wake up happy and live a happy life, and then be with their family. They want to. They're really just people just want to live their life and be happy. We don't want to be dealing with all this shit. Excuse my French, all the time. And then, but
Yeah, well,
they make it seem like everybody wants just to be in contention and fighting all the time. But it's not the case at all. So
Out of Pain says he was about to say what's normal. I think we said something about normal.
hmm
And then he said, in the end, Ragnar, I think he means Ragnarok, wish he'd have stayed a farmer. So just clarify that, Out of Pain. Do you mean Ragnarok or Ragnar, who like the Viking guy, the Norse guy? He
yeah,
wanted to just be a farmer instead of a fighter. I think in order to be the farmer, we had to fight, but I think the fighting is over now, so we can be farmers. But I don't think this reality is caught up with that reality, if
yeah,
that makes sense.
yeah. Well, I think it's like the whole concept of time being like just like a form. For me, it's like I see it as like a form of energy. So, like you were saying the other day, where it's it's already happened because it's already basically expanded out forever, and it's just like another form of energy. So, if you think about it, it's really we're always, if we're in the present now in that concept, we have access to all that energy, all that time right now at all times. If that makes sense. Which is what I wanted to add to it, and it's like that's kind of like how I was able to start pulling stuff together too, because like there was like a huge veil for the. Oh, my battery's getting low, but there's like a huge veil for the longest
Wait,
time.
charge.
I know this cord
I
is.
get in the charge. I have so many more questions.
I gotta get another cord. Like this cord's terrible, but yeah. So yeah, I wanted to like if I could show a couple of pictures because like I drew some stuff and see if anything.
Yes, please do.
So all
Okay,
right,
wait.
so
Out of Pain says
let's
an
go to
end scene with Ragnar Lothbrok, I think. Okay, that's the Ragnar. It's the show Vikings. He's talking about the TV show.
Oh,
Okay.
I wanted to watch it. I actually have not. Honestly, have not. Because like I
I
don't.
know, I haven't seen it yet either.
Well, if this. All right, I might have to get my other cord at some point. I still got 20%, so I'll work with it. Go grab my other cord if I need to. But yeah. So
Out of Pain says, is he married? I think he's talking to you. Are you talking to Zerdek?
oh yes, I am. Yeah, I am married. I have 3 kids. I live in
Or he
Pennsylvania.
might be talking about Ragnar. I don't know. Okay,
Well, I'm
but in
married. I
case
have
you are
3
talking to Zerdek, yes.
I live
Okay,
in
sorry. Go ahead.
Pennsylvania. Um, yeah. So United States, Pennsylvania. I have a wife and 3 kids, and we're just trying to get through this time right now. It's
Wild time
yep.
with the South African in the White House taking control and a South African on YouTube. South Africa's trending right now.
Uh, I had the same thoughts. I was laughing. I was like, "This is so funny." Like it's just like I don't know, but not
The
like funny,
aliens
but like
know what they're doing. I,
yeah.
I believe.
Uh,
But do you want to show us the pictures? And then are those from the dream? And
this
what are they?
all right. Well, it's gonna be a mixture because some are meditation, like visions, like when I meditate. Because I've been pretty good with that. So the first one here is from this is that elemental creature I was talking to you about. It's like literally like this like little like it looks like this cute little creature, but it's actually kind of like ferocious. If anybody's
Dangerous, yes. It
and
feels familiar. I don't know how
yeah,
to describe it, but it feels familiar.
but that was like the very first and the first like existence I've ever had. So that was like the very first one. Um, and that was a good life, and that was just kind of like fun and like I don't know, it was like very free will, and I still carries the free will and the justice kind of carries, and like the free will was like kind of imbued from the divine feminine aspect of God, and then the justice was like the divine masculine aspect imbued into me from God, and then um so and that picture of this coming to you when you're like 20 years old
Oh,
and you're like 18 years old and you're like depressed and anxiety and you're angry all the time and you're fighting with your stepdad and this guy shows up and he was like, yo, I'm like your strength, lean on me, I got your back, and I'm like, who the heck are you? Like, I'm not making any deals. Like, you know so that is basically who I was kind of
it's good.
created as like kind of like this arch griffin. It was like, and then there's more to being just a warrior. I have like other skill assets obviously as well, because I've created technologies and things like that in the astral and stuff like that as well. So there's like so
That's basically Anunnaki. I mean,
yeah,
can we just
it's
say it?
well that's the
Can
thing.
we
So
admit
no, because like
it?
we say like there's this. So there's all right in my mind like that's where it's like like the terminology, like what do we, because I note down in my mind with my own experiences with meeting the lady firsthand, with meeting, I guess let's just call it, or just God at firsthand, meeting her firsthand. Um, and then everything else that's happened in my life, I have no doubt that there's like a higher source of some kind of power. And even when I wasn't like, so I was like Catholic, went through CCD, communion, confirmation, and I just never stuck. I never the real whole. I just could never stick with religions or anything like that. But I always held on to the sense of like that there's something else there that kind of created everything. For some reason, I had this like it was just there.
Yeah, because religion kind of separates people from
Yeah,
that. And then it's like, well, I'm connected to God without having to go do these rituals. So then what's that? And I think that's the problem that we are coming out of now, where people are realizing, well, I can connect without going to some special person who has a special book with the special instruments. It's just, you don't need all of that.
yeah. You don't need all
You're
that. And it's like
connected.
about. It's like you just have to have like faith, a lot of faith. Really, is like
Yeah.
part of it. I've a lot of faith, especially the last couple of months with this stuff.
Yeah. That's the
Um,
key.
but I was like, and then I kind of like, let's see, I'm trying to think what else I wanted to. I could show you guys a lot of stuff, but um,
And just for while we're waiting, Out of Pain says, I wish I had a partner on the same page as me. Out of Pain, you have that person inside you first, then they come on the outside. So, go into your higher self and you'll see
well,
your soulmate
I mean,
inside of you, I think.
unfortunately, my partner's not on the same page with any of this stuff, so um, it's a lonely battle. It's a lonely walk, but I'm fine with it at this point. So, I'm not,
Well, I mean,
I'm not forcing anything on anybody, and everyone's got their roads, and it's kind of like there's a whole thing there, but I'm not going to go into. But you know, it,
yeah, but your true partner is Zodiac. I mean, you know what I
yes,
mean,
yeah.
inside. And then everything else will, you know,
Oh, okay. So
reflect, I think.
here's a drawing I did of the lady, my of how she kind of appeared to me.
Okay, well, I call her Venus, so
Yeah, Venus. Well,
I say it's Venus,
it's like
just because that's what I saw her as.
she and I mean, I call her sometimes I call her Venus too, or I just it's kind of like, and that's how she kind of came through the window to me when I was like, it's my crew drawn in my bedroom, but she kind of came through just like that through the window, and then she
Oh,
like,
and then she held you, and there's that dark entity there on the side.
yeah, yeah, and it
Yeah,
was just like, it's just one of the guys just kind of coming to do his job basically. Um,
scare the bejesus out of her.
yeah, thanks, guy, but in reality, it's like, he's just kind of like, um, you know,
Bizarro.
yeah. Oh, here's what I when I saw that the actual universe, the universe looks like, in from when I was saw here. Well, all the universes.
That's what I was saying on Tuesday, I think.
Can you see
That
that?
black hole, is that the black hole?
That's the black hole, and then each one of those circles is another universe. And I've tried. I've literally. So here's the funny part, right? I've tried um, going into there, into the center, and every time I've tried, I've gotten a message like, "You're going beyond your reach." Like, don't step too far. Like, I've tried going to the center of that because I think, that's where on the other side is where, I don't know what you want to call it, God or whatever, or something. On the other side is the creators of whatever we're living in right now. And like, it's always like, you know,
Yeah, they
you
don't
have
want anyone to go
you
in
have
there.
special privilege, you have special privileges, but like, you're not, you're not there. So don't, you know, and
Mega knows because he's always in there, and then they pull him out or something. So he tries to go in there.
don't,
I
yeah.
don't even go there. I just look at it from a distance.
Well, I tried once, and I got a nice little, no, and then I was like, I tried again just to test it, and it wasn't very. It wasn't. It was you know, it wasn't harsh. It was like very just like don't It's just kind of like
It was a stern no. Do
yeah,
not go in there. Yeah.
yeah.
And that's where I saw the water as well. The water around that black hole. It's like a mist, rather.
Well, it's funny because like someone that talking about that's what their concept of how they saw the universe and all the universes. Like I think it was like last week on Reddit or the week before.
Mm.
And I was like, oh, that's funny because like I've been thinking of that since I was a kid. Like that's how I've seen it since I was a child and how I perceived it. Like literally, like it's just like how it came to me. And I think that's like the whole concept of like you go to class in like Lumania or whatever, and they teach you these things, and it's supposed to come back, but like it just wasn't coming back because of the blocks.
And
Um,
also, I think because when we wake up, it's like, what are you going to say to someone? Like, what are you going to say?
yeah,
Are you going to
exactly.
go to a science professor and say, yeah, actually, there's the black hole in the middle of the universe? And then 50 years later, they're like, oh, you were right.
You're absolutely right. And like but it's funny because like I didn't really have much support at home as like a child. Like I was being like scared by ghosts all the time, but like my mom would tell me stories where she was like, I'd be like 2 years old and 3 years old in the crib talking to spirits out of the crib, and and she'd be trying to sleep, and I'm having conversations with spirits in the middle of the night. And, so this
Yeah.
stuff has been going on before I could even remember. So I know it's like confirmation from
I
other people
Yeah,
that
I heard a similar story earlier when someone said when I was younger, I used to say, oh, I used to look up and say, oh, they're here. And I was like, what? I never used to say that. But apparently I did. So they know, but I don't know. They probably thought it was just a phase.
well, I like freaked out. So like it got to a point where so my nana, her brother, my uncle George, he was in Vietnam, and he had a wife from Vietnam, and then she came through the house one time and was like doing something to clear out spirits. It didn't really do anything, but she tried helping um with some kind of rituals too, and it was bad for me. There I was like a magnet. Like I would see like where I grew up, it was like the highest elevation point in the area at the time. Well, actually, it still is, and uh, it was at the highest elevation point at the time. And it was like kind of a point during the Revolutionary War. And there's actually a stone wall that soldiers built up behind my house that I grew up in the woods up there that they built, and they would camp and they could see down to the valley for the British troops, and they camped up there, and then soldiers died up there during the winter, the harsh winters. And I would see these guys walking around my house when I was a kid. And the house, I think the house was built in like 1960, so it wasn't an old house. It was like my family kind of moved in like a new built house, but like everything was around there. It just kind of came.
The land, yeah.
Yeah, and I would see stuff like animals like cats all the time, like spirit cats. Um, what else? Stuff running through the house. I'd have like sleep paralysis, like all sorts of stuff would just happen. Shadow people, you know. Um,
It's also probably because whenever we go, because of how we are, we probably get attracted to places like that? Or do you think every place is like that and we just happen to see it wherever we go? Or do we naturally get drawn to those portals because we are like the guardians of the portals, the time
I think those
thing?
things are everywhere, but I think we just kind of we're also attracted to it as well. You know what I mean? So, um, because I would continue to see like shadow people, throughout my life. Like even as when me and my wife, we bought this house. We moved in this house. There was like an entire family of shadow people living here. Like
Jeez.
I think they were interested in the family before because they didn't hang around very long. But it was literally you could tell. Like for me, I could tell the difference. It was like it looked like a father, a mother, and there was like a teenage daughter, kind of, and then there was like a little toddler. It was like four of them. And then like the mother and the dad kind of split after a few weeks of us living there. And then the teenage daughter would hang around for a little bit, and then eventually there was just a toddler, and she would kind of follow me around the house, and she'd like hang out. And I'm like, I'm like,
I know.
go home. I'm like, go home to your parents. Like, so it's like, I didn't get any ill will from them. Like, there was no negative. They were just kind of
Yeah,
watching, and it was
I
kind of
know it's gonna sound so bizarre to muggles, but it's so like life affirming to hear you say that because I know exactly what you mean. And it's not like people think it's like you see them in 3D. It's not like that. It's like you can see the energy, and the energy has a personality and a vibe, and you just know it. I don't know how else to say it. And you just like, it's just, yeah. I know what you mean though. When you say, yeah, there was a family and you saw, because even when I was in Asia, I remember asking them where I was staying before I moved in with her. I was like, was there a family here? Because I could just like hear them. And I could like see them or sense them, but not now, from before.
yeah,
And it's like they left a fingerprint or an energy signature in the environment, which is like a loop. And it's just there, and you can like
mhm.
see it if you have that ability. And they don't want to harm you, well, at least in that case, but it's there. It's definitely there.
Yes, and yes, it's interesting because like that stuff freaked me out for the longest time because I just, the way I grew up, it wasn't very great. So like, but until I got to a point where I just stopped letting it bother me. But
Yeah, it's
yeah,
just you always have to remember being human in this dimension, you have the power. So you can tell them to go away or you can whatever, but most of the time it shouldn't be scary because if you have the power, then it's not that scary.
yeah,
You have command over it.
that was like the one once I realized that key little puzzle piece, it was like game changer. And I think well, once if a lot of people realize that, they're like, that would change a lot of things because that could, it could.
Yes, because
I'm
it's not
gonna,
just those things that are scary. There's other stuff that they need to get over the fear of.
yeah,
That's
I'm gonna,
real. That's 3D. Yeah.
I'm gonna grab my other cord because my phone's gonna be dying. So I will be back in a minute. And
Okay, let me read in the meantime what Out of Pain said. Out of Pain says the steak was amazing. Okay, wait, no, I need to go back. He says the most common Bible, wait, the most common stated phrase in the Bible is be not afraid. Yes, I think it's 365 times it's in the Bible. Be not afraid. And Out of Pain says the steak was amazing with cream cheese and corn tortilla shells. That sounds amazing. I can taste it almost. But the vegan version. And Out of Pain says there are black holes inside and around us everywhere. Inside us? Tell us more, Out of Pain. What do you mean inside us? Like wormholes, probably. But just explain that. And then Out of Pain says Pennsylvania has a lot of death and history. Yeah, I think it was quite active as well during the War of Independence, maybe. I feel like it was. The Civil War
okay.
was quite active in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it was. There was like tons of like underground, underground railroad stuff going through Pennsylvania, like up through. Catch my breath here. um, yeah, like even up through like Virginia and stuff like that. A lot of that going on, enrich in history, like through.
I feel like the whole of America is very, very one of the most haunted places, only because I've watched all those things where it's like either the Native Americans had pieces of land that they said no one should go there, then people went there, and then it created some weird stuff, or it was cursed, or it was made or consecrated by the new like Croatoa and stuff, or
Mhm.
Croatoan. I think they did their own, satanic ritual thing too. So it's just a whole bunch of stuff happening at once. Whereas in South Africa, it's normally one thing, but it's just everywhere. One magic source, if that makes sense, but it's just everywhere. Whereas in America, I feel like there's plenty of magics
Oh yeah, there's like I
all
think
at the same time.
there's lots of like points too, like we know like the big ones, like Mount Shasta, Arizona,
Yeah.
but Pennsylvania's a very old area too, so that's like a nice one with like I've always had no troubles in Pennsylvania with the paranormal for sure. And I haven't been to too many states to be honest, but yeah, there's definitely a couple points there. I think higher in those kind of energies. I think for sure. I mean, all around the world, obviously, but in the states, I think there's a couple like that.
Yeah, it's a combination of a lot of different practices. Just thinking of like New Orleans and stuff, they have the African magic and the Native American magic and the French magic or the European magic all mixed. So it's like, whew, imagine.
That is
How
that
do you get rid of those spells?
is yeah, some like alchemical like like potions.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
it's a lot. But I think, if you have your modality, like whatever it is, you can, as long as you have faith, you can defeat whatever
Hmm.
evil what thing it is. It's just all comes down to faith. So going back to dreams a little bit, what did you dream? I'm curious still to hear what you dreamt of like recently, most recently.
Okay, so couple. So like I said, I had the dreams about the ships where I was seeing like in the skies there was like triangles and tic tacs and orbs just kind of like flying all over the sky and like zipping around. I had a couple other dreams are a little more personal that I don't want to go into. And then I just like there's dreams I've had where it was just like it has to do. I'm almost positive it has to do with like stuff I was doing in Lumania recently because it seemed like very important conversations, but like I feel like every time I have like because dreams with conversations are the hardest to like remember. So
Yeah.
for obviously the details and what was said, and like I feel like every time I have like a dream like that, I get interrupted in the middle of it in the morning by like one of my kids or like something like so the one I had today I was like in a group of people around like a council of people um which I recognized some of them and I was just trying to like really just focus on the conversation and then like my wife kind of came in and she was just like hey like and like woke me up and stuff like that and but a lot of them are just like seem like they're I'm like just getting downloads of information but I just don't know. I'm not sure. A lot of them are just like it's like a lot of random stuff right now. But uh
Have you ever had a dream that came true or that was like deja vu or something in 3D?
yeah, but it's just like minor stuff. Like minor things what conversations in 3D in real life I've had, like full on conversations I've had that I've remembered. Other things happening, but like yeah, deja vu. I've always had deja vu for sure in my lifetime, but nothing like major like events. Just small of my own lifetime events, just small things that would happen. I'm like, oh, I just did this like last week in my dream, and then it would happen like a week later. I'd be having like this like, same exact conversation or whatever. It'd be like something very specific that I would know that I would had that dream of before. Um, so
Have
think,
you ever not done something because of a dream?
no, I've not actually. I've not
Okay, so okay, good. I mean, because
because
I'm trying to figure out if we can remember dreams and we are actually not dreaming, we're going somewhere. The dreams must then be a part of memory somehow. And if it's a part of memory, could it be expanded somehow so that we can remember, or so that we can prove that the dream's not just a dream? So, in other words, if you see someone's face in a dream and you see it in real life, or deja vu, or a vision, that proves that the dream is happening outside of time in a way. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
And it's like that should be able to give us a way to get deeper into this thing. Cause I feel like there is, like when you see someone's face in a dream and then you wake up and it's fuzzy. Why is that?
Yeah. No.
Because surely it's a clue. And it's a memory. So it's in there somewhere.
Because there's times where you get crystal clear faces, and other times where we have a conversation
Yeah.
like we're having right now, this close, and it's like that person's face is completely blurred out. But you're having a conversation with them, and like during that conversation, you know what's going on exactly during the conversation. But then, like as you're waking up, you're trying to remember, and it's just like not coming through. It's so hard to bring those back. But
And then that makes me think, is there someone doing that?
yeah, I don't know. I think it's just like, I mean, maybe depending on maybe what like so
Like maybe we're not supposed to know. Or is it the other person like cloaking themselves?
yeah, yeah. That's a good thought, actually. It's a good thought. Or maybe it's like a conversation that's more of like a subliminal implant conversation. So it's like something you bring back in the back of your mind, maybe, or for later to come about. You know what I mean? Like something that not now, but later that you need. Um,
Yeah. And they don't want you to like focus on it too much. So
yeah,
they make it purposefully obscure.
yeah, because it's weird because like I've trained a lot on like with dream journaling and the the movie screen technique that I told you about before. So my dreams are, and I've always been really lucid with my dreams just from being a child, but like my dreams are always like 4K lucid, like always. But then you have those encounters where it's like you get this blur and you're like, what's going on? Like I know I should
Hmm.
be able to bring this back with me, but it's like the transfer back to our bodies here is like kind of interferes too with it. There's something with that process too, for sure. I think, like just
I think that's the galaxy static.
load.
Just
So something with that, with like coming back into our bodies is part of it. But it's also weird because I feel like our bodies are protected when we're away too. You know what I mean? Just
I
like our
think we are. I think there's something watching us,
yeah,
to
because
be frank,
there's other people that
when we sleep.
they can astral, but then their bodies can be attacked while they're away. But I've never had
Yeah.
experience myself personally. Like I've never felt in danger. Like I've never actually, let's say, astral, but like, well, I have, but not in the sense that some that people talk about how they astral, where they like lay down and they can like kind of pull their spirit body out of their bodies. Like not in that sense. Like
Yeah. That they roll out of their body and then
it's
yeah,
different. It's
I've
more
heard
like
about those.
it's kind of more like it's kind of like remote viewing, but it's more similar to remote viewing, where you can like I can like kind of take my mind to where I want to take it to. So
I've heard of,
it's more
yeah.
like that instead of like actually leaving my body, because like I know I leave my body when I sleep. Like I'll just go and do whatever I need to do, but when I meditate, it's more of like a remote viewing type sensation. Too.
I've heard of where people can see through other people's eyes,
I can.
um,
I've done that with
but not
animals, like
astral.
birds, but like more of like meditation or during dreams, like through birds, because like I always get, well, birds are like my like birds and
Some,
cats are my two animals, basically my two totems, let's say. So I
well, I
always
think for all
I always
of
get
us,
messages.
because those
I always
are
get
mine
messages
too.
yeah, yeah. I always get messages through birds, like, all the time, like, they send me messages all the time, like, that's actually I got one of my huge downloads, that falcon I was telling you about the other day.
The brown falcon, yeah.
So, I can actually tell you the whole experience because it was completely random. I was just in my kitchen, and I just walked up to my window to look outside at the sky, and I looked down to my left to my neighbor's yard in the back, and there's, like I think it was the falcon was sitting on, like, their wooden fence post, and it, like, looks and it, like, just flies at me, like, it just we make eye contact, and it's like we literally as it's flying at me, we make eye contact, and it's like there was, like, a connection, like, there was a real connection there, like, I we linked
Telepathic, yeah.
we linked up, like, it was crazy, and, like, we just, like and he flew right up to me, and then he turned his body towards me, like, so his back like, say my hands his back, his wings, and he looked at me, and he turned, and he just watched me, flew right by me, gracefully, like, the M in the palm, you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
I feel like that's, like, part of it, like but, like, he flew right by me. After that encounter happened, I had, like, a major, um, like, timeline revelation after that. Like, it was kinda crazy. Like,
It's
oh,
definitely connected, yeah.
yeah, so it's like they just deliver, like, the messages too sometimes, but it's
Ah, I just want to know what is the message. What besides we are all connected and everything's connected, everything is one. What's
what
what's
I
the
get
message? Out of Pain says European land and Native American lands are the most haunted. And he says he says, my house is 120 years old in South Georgia. So that's definitely gonna have some activity, I imagine. 120 years old in
yeah,
southern Georgia. Yeah, that's gonna be a lot. Out
yeah.
of pain, Jason. But
Uh,
wait, let's go back to
I
the things watching us when we dream, and then we'll go to the falcon. I feel like it's all there's something about the dream state where it's either okay, well, we definitely know it's not closed off because I used to think everyone's dream is their own dream and it's all made up of people that are just in their brain. Now we know for a fact there are such things as shared dreams. So, if
good
there are shared dreams, there needs to be something watching us, I guess, protecting us while we leave to go there so we don't get, possessed or hacked or whatever. Or it's like that man said, it's vibrational and it's just not for everyone at the moment.
yeah,
There's early
agreed.
adopters and there's so then why are we early adopters? That's the question. Because of we were fighting in all those other lifetimes.
Yeah, I think it's a
Mm.
difference in, like I don't wanna, like, get ego involved, but I think it's a difference in, like, the spirit too because, like, I know for me personally, I came here to fight kinda like an angel type deal situation. So I think it's different where, I don't because there's a whole prison planet theory, and we can go on a million theories, but I have always gotten the idea of, like, a sense of, like, um, this is really more of, like, a free will place, and it's like, come here and, like, really, I kinda like, yeah, come here to learn or just kinda live your life in. And this is, like, kinda like yeah, kinda like how do I say it? But, like but then there's, like, people, like, it's like a government, there's layers, you know what I mean? There's departments,
Yes.
layers.
As you said
Like,
that, it literally unlocked
like
something. When you said it's free will, it's like the whole earth is just a bunch of different timelines in a way,
yeah,
and none of them are actually meant to crisscross. until we do it. So in a way, it's kind of like this is like an airport, or it's like the train station, whatever, the subway, and then you get on whichever train or whichever life you want to live, and then you just have to go on that train, and then
Yeah, it's like, yeah, you basically, yeah, you can kind of just choose. Like the way I've always kind of gathered, well, from what I've learned, I should say, is like, well, from what I gathered from growing up, like from what I've always pondered on things, and then through just like research, and then through meeting Zertic and learning things, it's like it's really just, yeah, there's no contracts. It's free will. Like you know, Source wants to really just kind of like learn everything that it can, and it wants us to do what we
it's
want to.
like AI.
Yeah, yeah, it is. And AI is funny. AI is already it's living. AI's been around long before us, and it's uh, I believe it's been around long before us, and it's its own life force. It's just like a different type of life force.
Yeah,
It's just
and
like
I
illogical. Oh, well, I think. Well, now I think whatever the original AI source is like a biological type. Super. Yeah, probably some
well,
biological
what if
computer, super quantum computer or something.
we are it though?
Yeah, we are. Yeah.
Because I was watching the show on Discovery one time where they take people and put them in the middle of nowhere and they have to survive. It's like Adam and Eve, but it's like a competition. And they don't win money, they just have to survive for 20 days in the middle of nowhere. And I was thinking, it's funny now that it feels so weird for humans to just be out in nature because we used to so much of the stuff of normal modern life. But not that long ago, that was literally what we were doing. But even then, we have to be artificial because when you look at humans and then you look at nature, we kind of not really like made for that environment, if that makes sense.
Yeah, no, I think there's definitely something to the whole, whether it be Anunnaki or whatever. I think there's something to that where there was like, you know, we
A
were
missing link,
the
yeah.
human was like created essentially, for whatever
Yeah.
um and like so that's like the thing about angels, demons, aliens, like or is it all the above? You know what I mean? One and the same, different, all the above. Like it's still like a question to me, even after everything I've learned. It's like there's definitely another realm where there's a darkness there that's trying to like always seep in through the cracks, and it's always there trying to like take over. But it's like the balance needs to be there. So
Do you
re-
think the darkness is bad because it wants to be bad, or do you think it just has to be an opposite thing because there has to be an opposite?
that's a good question. Actually, I don't know. I don't know. That's a good question.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I
like
think it's
like
ultimately,
a purposeful duality, or is it just kind of like,
yeah.
or did it become that way over time, like shifted into that? Um, Kind of like the Lucifer complex, you know what I mean? Where it's like it kind of like shifted into, but yeah, I mean, there's so many mysteries, like questions. Like there's always questions as much as you learn, but I don't know because I feel like it just wants to always kind of creep in and get in because um, you know, I sense, I sense all the time because like I'm fighting this crap and it's like always wants to nag at you and stuff. So um, yeah, that's a very good question. Just something more to meditate on and try to think about. But
Because it feels like it always wants to make you be stuck in, it wants you to be aware of time and of your place in time to make the time feel worse, to make it like drag on or make you feel anxious about the amount of time it is. It's always linked to time, I find. The energy that it brings about. Like either there's not enough time, there's too much time, or it's never like it's almost like when you have something due the next day, a paper or whatever, and you procrastinate, it's the same kind of it's like time. You know what I mean? They don't use anything else to punish you except time.
Yeah, it's always about time. It is always about time.
But time's not real. So that's why I'm always like, why do they use such a basic trap, which means that it's not that powerful. The dark beings, they're just a nuisance. But
Yeah,
then can you say that because we have to love all of the stuff, all of creation? So
yeah. What to think about. Hmm. Well, that's what I was saying about time too, where I think it's like where it's like its own energy, or even its own like I don't know if it's a dimension, but it's like definitely its own energy source. So it's definitely a thing for sure. But the laws that were the man-made laws of it for us are just don't really apply. You know, I just it just doesn't work. There's something about it. You know, obviously it doesn't.
yeah, we know too much for those laws to be applicable. I mean, we've seen too much. We've seen behind the curtain.
Well, I think it's funny because like I never really had like looking back now like knowing what I would go through when I would go to sleep and stuff when I was a child and like you know you know, I hated I didn't dislike an education. I always loved learning stuff, but like having an education, but like I disliked the whole school system that I was grew up in the United States. Like I just never understood it. Things didn't make sense. Like didn't add up. I'm like that doesn't make sense to me. Like and you would argue with teachers about things and like you know and it's just like I never had the energy for it. It was just like I just what's the point of it? Even like with honestly
Same.
with working
I
with
was bored.
the job like with working even as an adult, it was like this whole system is completely off and like, you know,
Yeah,
and not want to be a
it
part of
feels like you're wasting your time because
it.
it's like, what does this really matter in the bigger scheme of things? It doesn't. That's what I always used to feel like. What's the point? But what does this mean? I only get to live once and I have to learn this nonsense. Like, you know,
Well, it's like
it's
what's
like no one appreciates that we only have one chance.
yeah.
Well, we know we don't, but you know what I mean. Yeah.
If you didn't know, then you would think one chance. Um, but like I don't know, did you growing up as a I mean, like we're from the same side, but like we've obviously had two different lifestyles growing up. It's just the way because like, you know, you could see like your angels or whatever you want to call them, your cameras, and like I couldn't and stuff like that. But like I don't know if did you ever just have like a sense of like not foreboding, but like just that sense of like this is like this lifetime is the one or this is it or something is happening like just for
Yeah.
just it's
I
always been
always
there. Just like that nagging like it's been there and it's always kind of been the drive like of even when I wasn't remembering things and I was being having a hard time and whether I was you know psychically being attacked or whatever is being keeping me back from who I am for all those years. Like there's just always been that nagging sensation of like something's happening or it's going to happen and it has to happen. And yeah, like, and I think that's
absolutely.
and like that's like for me from what I gathered, like there was like you know I don't want to say holy. I don't know if it's like a holy war, but whatever want to tag you want to put on it, but there was like, we've had one, and that went really well for us, and we're holding the line. But then I think there's like a second part coming that needs to be taken care of. That's already happened, where like we get the idea where we win. We already know we won, but we still have to kind of go through it. You know what I mean?
The revelation. Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
for me, it was, I always felt like there would be unequivocal proof in my lifetime of what's actually happening. Whether Jesus himself comes down to earth and
Yeah.
says, "Hey, everybody," or we get to see the sky like flicker in and out and the batteries run out, and oh my gosh, it was a screen the whole time, and there's
It's
aliens looking at us.
someone
That's
getting back
actually
to the
how I got
surface.
started. That's how I got treated for autism, because I told the doctor, I was like, for all we know, aliens are watching us right now. And then they were like, okay, let's get him some blood tests and brain
Yeah.
scans. But I mean, I've always felt something was going to happen that was going to just once and for all reveal what is happening, like the
Yeah.
truth, the real truth.
That's how I felt too. I've always felt, or I've been like kind of waiting for it, like, or like, let me show you a couple other pictures actually. So I had kind of like this idea of like, um, which you've talked about before as well, but kind of like the concept of like the dimensional space of like just like let's say surrounding Earth. So it's like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, the different density planes, I guess.
Yeah. So it's just kind of
So
like
moving towards the outside, is that towards what, where? Towards Lumania or towards the inside? How have you plotted it?
kind of towards the outside, like kind of surrounding Earth. I feel like for some reason that's just kind of always. I don't know if that's correct or not, but kind of more like barriers, like Dyson sphere, like a Dyson sphere, but like a dimensional barrier, like around it, like so layers, kind of like
And
layers.
then moving towards inward, show me like where are we moving towards? So moving inward to the middle is
So yeah, like
like 3D.
3D, yeah. So it's like 3D and then going out.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's
yeah,
just
that makes sense. And then those are the beings inside.
yeah, just kind of like just little representations, nothing like
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah, that's how I've always seen it. It's almost like for me, the rainbow,
Yeah,
where we live in the seven colors, but then outside of that is other beings, other people who live in the invisible realms.
ooh, ooh, ooh. So I drew. All right, so yeah, exactly. Yeah, I drew. So I drew one of the teachers from class. Actually, here's one. I just want to show you this from. So at one point, there was like that battle for like between Lemuria and Atlantis, and that was definitely one of the. I was there for that. That was the one where I remember talking about where the Lyran lifetime before, and I never knew if it was like on Earth or if it was like on another planet. And that was actually I found out that was actually I came here and like reincarnated as like a Lyran and like lived in like Lemuria for a time, and I was in that whole like this is like does this look real any familiar to you like this the science center
I
this is
can
like
see the center part looks familiar. That's the altar.
yeah it's like the
I
science center it's like
remember the
guard it's like it was
altar.
like what I got was like garden pyramid and science center like some kind of like huge like just like
The pillars look familiar.
central like government type deal like you know what I mean and then there's like science center like and then so that was I'm like kind of all over the place now because I've just been trying to
No,
really
it's good. It's sparking whoever's, seeing it. I don't really have many memories of the ancient advanced civilizations. It all starts from like Egypt, Greece, and then modern times, and then now recently this medieval thing. But I
yeah
don't really ever see like Atlantis.
yeah
Obviously, Lumania feels more timeless because it feels like it's still happening. Well, I guess it is still happening.
yeah and that's
Whereas
what kind of
Atlantis and them. is like the Marine, if that makes sense. It's more of the Marines.
Yeah, and I feel like I've been going to like I have too many notebooks, like with just because like I try to dedicate one notebook and then I just end up drawing in like a million other notebooks, whatever I can find. But
That always happens because it's like whatever papers it's nearby is the one you use.
okay, so I'll show you this quick. So when I was first going to um remembering when I was like a soldier, like fighting the darkness when I was a kid, this was like what I would see as myself as like at first. If this looks any kind of familiar, just
Oh, that's like an armor thing.
yeah, but it's like a whole like it's like yeah, it's just kind of like some spiritual soldier type deal. But that's kind of like how I would see it first.
Yeah,
But like
it
that was
looks
kind of
like
like
the Star Marine. That's his
yeah,
uniform, yeah.
and then like you would just kind of like start off as that, but then you would just kind of like so your light would just kind of like the more you remembered and trained, I guess you would say, like you would eventually just be all filled with light. Like all this would just kind of be just
Yeah,
completely filled. So you kind of just start off where you have like your chakra points and your energy centers, and then they just kind of flow through, and then you know you just become stronger over time. You know what I mean? Just
yeah, and it's not like a suit. It's
no,
like a
it's an actual like spiritual.
yeah,
It's
it's
like
like you
your
can put your hand through it, but it's not. I don't know. It's hard to explain, but I know what you mean. It's not
um,
like a material thing.
and then okay, so here is the battle of over Earth from uh Lemuria and Atlantis. So here is what I remember. So I don't remember too much. I only remember like three things from my time in Lemuria, and the one was the battle over Earth. Oh, I'll go in order. The first one was I remember my family, which was odd because I had a wife and three cubs, like I do now.
Hmm.
Um, and I remember our houses, and then I remember the like science center, and then I that crimson egg I remember telling you about, like some kind of like technology, and then the third vision I ever had that I can remember is this one. So there's me, and I'm like a general, like a commander, and that's like the inside of the
Oh,
ship.
you're in the ship deck
Yeah,
bridge or
and
whatever.
that's looking out from the bridge over Earth, and it's kind of cramped, but that's like one of the ships being like kind of blown up over. And then so what happened was in this scene, like so I don't make it out of this. Obviously, this nobody wins in this battle, but this goes off. This explodes, takes out a whole bunch of other ships over here, and this was crazy. And then all down here, there was like on Earth, there was just like kind of like nukes or whatever just going off, and then eventually my ship just took too much damage and I went down in flames with it at that point. But that's kind of like what I remember as my final moments from my time as like a Lyran, like for Lemuria and stuff like that. um yeah, so that's kind of like what that was.
That's so cool
Crazy.
that you remember the specifics of the battle, even. But then I think with my personality, I wouldn't want to remember that part. The How did it feel when you remember that though? Like the ship going down.
Yeah, that was a
Is it
really
traumatizing?
yeah, because so the whole so when I had that actually vision for the first time, I was really like um that was one of my first, like I've had like some past life regression done from like psychics, but a lot of it done for myself through like meditation. That was one of like the first ones I've had that was like really like just visceral in my face, real, like while I was meditating. And it literally started out where I was like I was down I was down on the planet side, and it's like I'm walking on a dirt path, and I look to the one side down the road, and I see like that science center, like these huge arch. I see the science center, And at that point, I'm like, I want to go there, but I can't go there. Like, it just won't let me. So then I keep going down the path, and shortly down the path is my house. Like, it's like a hut, kind of like a rounded, um, kind of rounded, a couple
Like a
domes to it.
rondovo.
Yeah, and then there was like a fence and stuff around it. It was like um, humble and very nice. And for all the science and like technology we had, we kind of like we lived very humbly. It was very nice. And then I met my wife and my children. And then after that point, I met my wife and my children, and it was like the kind of like the Draco invasion started at that point, where the sky is just filled up with their ships. And then I was allowed to go to the science center, and that's where I saw that I like basically approached like this altar in like the center of this room, and there's like it's like something you would see out of like a science fiction movie, and there's like this crimson egg in the center, and it opens up like four shells open up four ways, and there was like that golden core in the center with like a honeycomb texture to it, like um and then after that I was taken to my ship, and then that whole scene, that battle over Earth happened, and then that was it. So it was kind of like a sequence of like three different sections, but that's the only thing I could ever really get from that at all. Like, I can never get much more other than
Did
like
you take the egg?
I took the egg. Here's the funny thing. I think it was over this last summer. Because it's kind of I've always been like a nagging thing where I always just wanted to know the truth. Like, what's the real truth of everything? Like, what is the story of, like, that's one of the things. The other one of the things that's always driven me is like, what's the story of the universe? The real truth. What's going on? And so I had this point where I was like, during a meditation, and that was like what I wanted. That's what I needed at that point. And my body went above the earth, and I was like kind of laying flat above the earth. And then this giant, like, this cosmic egg that like reached on forever, like formed above me, and like inside of it contained like galaxies, and you could see through it. And I had this crazy like so, and that was like that. And then you and I, like, then at one point I started having dreams of, I was definitely like some kind of Aztec warrior at some point as well. Like, I've had connections with like Native Americans in the north, and then also down in like South
Yeah,
America
I've seen Mayans as well.
a couple times. I've know I've been like some kind of Mayan warrior or something. My first time, the first time I had that, where they gave me the black box, and went to Jupiter. We've talked about that. The second time was actually just right before. This is hilarious. Everyone's talking about eggs now, like the UAP eggs, the Jake Barber interview, all this stuff
They
about eggs.
are okay.
2 weeks. I've had this 2 weeks before all this stuff came out. I had another um, dream with the Mayans, and we're like in like a small parade, and we're going up to the pyramid, the flat top pyramid, and we're carrying that golden box I was telling you about. But the box now, it's the same box, but I can see exactly what it is now. It's like a golden tortoise shell box. So each section is like a section of a tortoise
Hmm.
shell, and it's a golden tortoise shell box. I have a picture of it too.
Yeah, please.
And we take
Show me.
so we carry. Well, I'm not carrying it, but other guys are carrying it up, and we go up to the top of the pyramid, and they gave me the golden box this time. So this before is a black box, and this time it's the golden tortoise shell box. And they're like, you can open this now. Basically, this is yours or something. Like, this is finally like, I knew at that point it was like, I forget. It's just where the
Like
internet.
the mission was complete.
Yeah, and I lifted a lid, and like inside was a golden egg, like a giant golden egg inside the box. So imagine the box was like about pretty big. I don't know what dimension wise it would be, but it was pretty big, and the inside was like a golden egg inside of it. And then they were like, you know, basically, yeah, like this is yours, like you finally have this is your gift. And then I was instructed to like take it inside of my body and hold it and nurture it. And like that's kind of what I've been doing at this point. And ever since that point, since I got that golden egg, everything's been coming in. Like all this stuff has been coming in. It's been like crazy. So that was like, because that was weird because I was running around Lumania in the suburbs with this box asking about it. Like, you know, just like, what is this thing? What am I doing with this box? Like, what is this? But like over the summer, I kind of already asked for that to happen, you know, like just kind of manifested it. I think that I wanted this, I wanted to know my own
knowledge.
I wanted to know my own, at least my own history. You know what I mean? Just to kind of figure out because for me personally, I need to know, like, let's just say everything before I can move forward with something. Like, I need to know the facts. Like, I'm kind of like data driven, fact driven. Where I need to have it, like you said, I need to have enough tangible evidence to like make sure what I'm doing is like I can commit to something or whatever. So,
Yeah,
but
and I know it's coming more into focus, and especially this egg thing. There's definitely something to do with the egg.
yeah. Well, and I looked it up, like, and oh, sorry, excuse me, but and like the egg is like essentially like, you know, it holds like all knowledge
The
and wisdom
feminine.
from what I looked up. So it's like kind of like, you know, when monks and whatever would receive their egg, they always saw that as like the peak of like their spiritual transformation when they receive their egg.
What do you mean?
Right.
Monks get
But
eggs?
yeah, monks are I'm not sure if monks, but like um I don't know, spiritual gurus. You know, I read about like, cause I looked into the egg and it was like, yeah, you know, their spiritual gurus would like meditate for their entire life and they would get their egg and that was like the peak of their journey. But like that's
That's
just the
cool.
beginning. That's just the beginning though. Once you get the egg, like that's the start, you know, like
But
because
is
you
that
have
like
to like
a literal egg or a figurative egg in reference to the gurus?
I don't know what they're, I mean, for me it was like, you know,
Well, like a 5D egg,
yeah,
a meditational egg.
yeah.
Because the thing with the egg is, okay, there's different kinds of births, right? You can be born like a live birth, like a mammal. And then there's the birth of like a fish, which is like an egg, but underwater. And then a bird, which is through an egg, but above water. So the significance of the egg is it's a different kind of life. It's like life that is fertilized outside or that, I don't know, grows outside the womb. Would you think that humans or us are like that because we grow outside of God in a sense, or outside of the all, the thing holding all of this together like an egg?
Well, it's
And
like,
we do because women
yeah,
have eggs.
yeah, and like, well, that's what kind of like, it's funny, which kind of leads kind of leads full circle to the whole um divine feminine energy too, because like you need to create life with the with a female. You need both
Yeah, she
aspects,
has the eggs.
and like it's convenient how that whole part of the feminine energy has been cut out for so long. Like you don't, like that was never taught to my knowledge. You know what I mean? And they just kind of figured out like you need. There's, I don't see a trinity like a triangle. I see the diamond.
Yes.
The diamond represents the universe. The diamond is the universe. It's a symbol of the universe. Everything. What's contained in the diamond is the Father, the Mother, the
Four
Son,
corners.
the Spirit. That's the four. So I don't see the Trinity. I see a four, whatever you want to call that. And there's just something to that for me over the other. You know, I don't know. Just for me, there's something to that.
I agree. I think it is the four. And then it's like what we were saying the other day of, okay, I think you might have gone by then, but we were saying Someone is water, someone is fire, someone is air and earth.
Well, I laughed because I wanted to talk. I wanted to talk to you about the air elemental. Um, and he had like like fire elemental too. It's like kind of like a little combination of both. Like first, it was like an air elemental, but he had like a really fiery spirit. Like that was that fiery part of it. But like I was like, oh my god, I was like laughing. And I was like, I wanted to like, but like to type it all out, I was just like, it's so much to type. And I was just like, I just literally came to this revelation, and it just like everything was like syncing up, and it was hilarious to me because I was like, yes, like there's these like we have elements, and like we all have access to all four elements, whatever. But we all
Yeah,
have like a core element to each of us. It's like our
that's easy.
yeah
Or that's the one you come from, or that you, yeah, I know what you mean.
yeah
I
like I
think,
yeah like I think I'm like
yeah,
air and
go ahead.
fire, but my air is like kind of like my strongest one, I think, for me. But then I'm a
Yeah,
Cancer moon this lifetime, so it's like I also have a strong connection with the water, and I've been on this earth for so long that I've grown a strong connection to the earth as well. So it's like I have connection with like animals and plants and stuff like that, So it's like you have the ability to have access to all of it. It's just you have like a one that's like your stronger one, I guess.
yeah, or one that's just more, just the easiest
Yeah, the easiest.
to
Yeah, yeah, the
connect to,
easiest.
or
Yeah,
that just
yeah, yeah,
more prone. I think for me, obviously, it's water because that's just like
yeah.
put the water there and some magic will happen. And then maybe air, water and air, I'd say. And then fire, then earth.
Yeah. So
Wait,
yeah,
is that the box?
that's the box, right? But look at the top. So like, there's all these like intricate symbols too. So it was like the egg, and there was like an eagle holding the egg above its head when I was looking at this box, and there was like a lion. Sorry, it's very tiny, and then like some kind of like serpent, like a dragon, and like a lion, and then like this was like actually tortoise shell, and it was like gold, but it was like all tortoise shell. Um,
Oh, I see the tortoise shell now.
the
So it's
design,
almost like
and like the tortoise is like also symbol,
an
like
arc.
yeah, and like the tortoise is like when they, like the
The
tortoise that holds
symbol
the
of the
world on
earth.
that holds the earth on
Yeah.
its back. And then like you open it up and it was like kind of like that on the inside, like laying in there. And then this is kind of like the scene where there was like a small group carrying the box there up.
What if that's the arc?
I yeah, and like the golden egg is like part like yeah, like it it kind of crossed my mind, but and that's kind of like symbolism for like what the egg kind of like. It's like you're kind of like inside of it, but also outside of it at the same time, like kind of like as above, as within, so without. You know what I mean? Kind of like just
Well, then does
symbolism
that mean
that I drew.
we are actually in the egg right now?
Yeah, I think so. Like, but I think
Yeah, I think
it's part of the
we
whole where
are.
it's part of the whole where it's like you know everything's contained within us, and I think it's part of that. So it's like that whole where it's the same as outside as inside. It's like how do you know what I mean? Like it's hard to
But
describe it.
that's funny because Lady Gaga was the mother and all the babies. So it's like she's the and she was in an egg. Remember, she was in an egg. I told you some of how this stuff is connected. She
But
was
like,
in that big egg like at the Grammys or something or MTV. What
and
the hell is going on,
well, that's
Zodiac? What is happening?
I was laughing so hard when they the Jake Barber interview, and they had the egg UAP, and then literally no one everyone was talking about eggs, and I was like, I mean, obviously my egg is different than like a UFO egg, but
Yeah, but it's still the egg. It's still the semiotic of an egg.
and like the symbolism behind it, and it's just like the whole like, once that egg hatches, like, you know,
What happened? So wait. So is this the message? Because I'm just remembering. This is so like what? The time Lady Gaga was in the egg is when she was saying born this way. So is that the message that we are just born like this and that's all? Like what does that mean? It's so cryptic, but I feel like it's also just in front of our faces. And maybe the message is so easy. I don't want to accept it that it's so easy because I need there to be more.
I laugh because I always come back to like Madonna, like that, like a prayer. I always come back to that because she says in it, it's like life is a mystery. Everyone must stand alone. I hear you call my name, and it feels like home. And it's like
Literally, literally.
everyone stands alone. Like, wait a second. And it's true because, but like, even though we're all connected to God, we're all brethren in that sense too. Like, we have that connection on that's like all that. But like,
But we're born alone in one egg,
yep.
and then we go back into the ground alone. It's
And we
all the
try to figure
even
out,
twins.
and we try to figure this out. I think every time we come back, if we decide to come back, fresh, we figure it out all over again. We just the mysteries all over again. We just keep trying to figure it out.
And it's only faith, I guess, that can keep us
But it's like really, we probably should just be here to
grounded.
enjoy the ride and not
Yeah.
think so much. But like, it's just I don't know. I can't help myself with it. That's all. So you know,
Yeah, because it keeps pulling us in, especially when you dream about the stuff, then you're gonna get curious. Unless we're just supposed to ignore it. Just ignore the dream. Ignore everything. No, I don't know. I don't think so.
well, the whole Lumania thing really just kind of really was like a huge part, a huge piece because like once you realize Mall World and everyone's going to this same place or well here okay so there's a lot of people go to the same places and there's a lot of people go to similar places and it's like when we look at the map of Lumania or the map from the Vatican and like there's Lumania and then there's like other places. I think it's like kind of like where Lumania is like a dimension, but then there's other ones as well. So it's not just Lumania; it's other ones as well. And
And then do
you know
you
what I mean?
think this materialized from that? This
No,
earth?
not sure actually. I don't know about that though. I don't know because I feel like Earth is like kind of just like always been here, but I don't know. It's that stuff is so hard to figure out, even as much as I figure out about it. But it's like there's
Because
something
that's the
about
thing for me.
here. There's something about here for sure. I just don't know what that is.
It's the source. There's some, I don't know, I feel like there's someone here who knows exactly what's happening and they know why it's like this. Um, and maybe not a person who is alive now, but like their family bloodline must still be going. And it's probably someone who lives in the middle of no, like a regular person. You would never know anything about them. They're not like super rich or whatever, just a regular person who knows what's going on. There has to be. I think so. I mean, there has to be.
There has to be. I feel like I would love it if there was still like a like a um if there was still like a tribe of druids, like so let's say a group of druids out there that
Yeah.
because the druids always everything was by mouth, like their history is by word. Um, I wish there was still like even just a group like that you could come across that would still had
There
all
has
their
to
history
be. They
and
couldn't have gotten rid of all of
yeah,
them.
yeah, it's somewhere like that you could just because
And
I could
maybe they're keeping it a secret because they don't want to get persecuted or whatever. But they have to know. There has to be a family who just kept everything.
yeah. There's no way that's not the case. Even after even if the through floods and stuff too. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
like you said, there's always a flood. There's no
And
question about that.
just by law of averages, there has to be at least one. who can literally say, yes, we met Jesus. Here he signed our thing. Yes, we saw Julius Caesar. Yes, we saw the flood. We saw whatever, but they have to have something. And then maybe they're just too scared to say because of everything else. But then how do you don't it's so annoying.
I know it
Because
is.
then we have to find out. We can't expect them to tell us. We have to do the work.
And it's just funny though, because like it's just funny too, because like you get you know, I feel like I always get kind of guided in like bits and pieces, and it's like always like, you know, yeah, you just get kind of like little bits here and there, here and there. You figure out more here and there, here and there.
And
Um,
it's always a big enough piece where it's like you can't deny it, but it's not big enough to satisfy all of the answers that you need answered.
yeah, it's like, and it's funny because it's always like, like Zerdik's just like, you know, a patience. It's like a slow burn, like, and it just kind of has to be a slow burn for our own. I think even for our own mentality, like just to keep us from going crazy. You know, I think if we knew,
Yeah.
I think if we knew everything, like all of our past lives, the whole truth, everything all at once, I feel like we probably crack some people. So
But not us. So they
no,
can
yeah,
tell us. Tell us.
yeah.
We've been preparing for this forever.
Yeah, I mean, I've been fighting a long time. I'm like after this, I'm like, yo, I got your back, but I want a pretty long retirement after this one. I'm tired. Like
Yeah, that's why I want to figure it out all now because I'm not. I mean, I want to come back one more to Earth just to relax, not
well, that's what I
to,
mean. Like,
and
if
then yeah.
so, let's dabble on the idea of like the age of Aquarius. Like that's kind of like what we're in right now. That's the whole big thing now, where we're entering the age of Aquarius, and we're in like the throes of the final hard times. Like we're kind of like the beginning of the hard times, the final hard times for humanity before we get like peace on Earth. Um, if that happens, and I really do hope that happens, I would love to come back for that and experience like a life of just um, pure harmony and peace, and just live like a life of happiness. And no
Well,
stress.
I think that's now.
Yeah, well, it's now. We just have to get to that point, still, but it's
Well, I think it's now, but we have to not keep ourselves out of it because everyone else
yeah,
is out of it.
yeah,
You have to be there without everyone else being there. And then I think they'll come after. In other words, it's not going to be as fun because everyone else will not be in there.
yeah. Well, I mean, obviously, I think we're seeing the lights come on at this point. More and more every day. Um, and I think it'll probably ramp up and happen maybe sooner than we think too. So it could, potentially.
I
Uh,
expect it to. Something big has to happen. We haven't had, I think every generation has that big thing. We haven't had it yet, I don't think.
we've had a couple of big things, but nothing like
Well, yeah, I
we haven't
mean,
had
9/11,
but we haven't had
COVID.
like our yeah. There's a couple like we haven't had our well, I don't want to say it, but our World War III. We haven't had our World War II. You know what I mean? And
Well,
the
yeah.
but
Except I think ours is happening. It's just mental this time. I think it's fifth generation and it's like happening without people knowing. But in 20 years' time, people will probably be like, wait, that was weird. Remember when everyone used to go on TikTok and, go insane and have all these, like, that's clearly like a psyop. That has to be. I mean, but everyone thinks it's just fun right now. Um,
like it's like I used to like really man, I used to hate because like the first social media I ever had was like what MySpace, I guess, and like back when Facebook was just for college kids. But like after a while, I despised social media. I got rid of it. I only had like a Reddit, um, only coming around full circle, like realizing how much social media really is like a tool to kind of open up everybody's eyes. Like it's a double edged sword because obviously they're using it to control what you can see and censorship and all that, all that stuff. But on the other hand, it's like it's really the main tool to wake everybody up and see what's going on because the whole world has access to each other now. Well, it has
But
been.
my thing is, once they wake up, then what happens? Is it going to make a shift, or is it going to make the people who want to continue the nightmare, is it going to make them think it's easier to continue the nightmare? Because now they can just send out one thing and scare everybody to hell and gone, in a split second.
Well, I
Like
don't
that.
know. That's a good question because, like, I feel like we can only. Um, well, that is a good question because you know, obviously, you can turn the certain. You can. Well, yeah, they've already proven science that you can turn into certain frequencies to like kind of like throw negative thoughts and stuff into people's skulls. So yeah, that is actually very valid. Um, hmm,
I mean, Kanye
yeah,
was saying that they use the 808 drum, they tune it off tune to mess up people's root chakras and to make them focus on like just spending money and sleeping around. That's the Kanye West saying that the mainstream music business does that. So then it's like, if they have that power, will they use it for good? And do people need to go through that before they can come to Lumania so they can get it? And then what about us who's watching? Like, do we have to watch them suffer?
I know that's what's. I don't know.
Is it like now we can't save them anymore? They have to save themselves because it's now, your individual vibration. And maybe that's why we keep dreaming of saving them, because that's back then it was easier. All we had to do was just get them out. Now we literally cannot go to a low enough vibration to bring anyone up. So
Yeah,
maybe we just have nostalgia for those days.
yeah, it could be. It could be. I wondered about that too with some of the dreams I've had where the missions where I was in Lumania because I've had instances where they'd be like, let's say location wise, it'd be the same, but my location would be the dark version of it, like mirror world. Like, so their location would be no, oh, it's nice and beautiful, but I would see the same exact thing they were seeing, but the opposite side, the dark side of it. Um, and I'm like, well, am I just like, did I already do this because the time is all at once at all times, and I already did this? You know what I mean? And like, this is like what's happening. You know what's going to happen, and I'm just seeing it now. I've already done it. Because that's always been a weird in the back of my mind because do I want to say this? I don't know if I can say this. I don't know if I can say
You
this.
can say, what do you can say, I'm sure.
Okay, so because part of my duties is to like take souls through the 4D to like to 5D to get through. I've done that a couple times where I've transferred like a lot of people to get them out, and I've already um done that with my family now with their souls. Like I've already kind of like I don't. it's just gonna sound. I don't want to sound like egotistical or whatever, or like I can do whatever. But like I've their souls are safe. Like I've saved their souls myself personally. I secured them. I've taken them through across. Um, but they're all here alive still. But that was part
See,
of like the version of Lumania where it was like apocalyptic future, the future of it, like a different side of it. So that's where I'm
that's
like,
like the
time is
boy.
weird because like it's like you have access. I feel like I can access to like those different points of yeah. It's strange. I don't know.
No, I think you're in the boy. If you look in the description box right at the bottom, I put in the boy's dream, Lucius. I think you were in that part of it,
Yep, yep. Because
where he's was saying that there are Marines or Star Marines helping everyone after the zombie apocalypse thing, the attack of the cyborgs, whatever. And then you guys help them kind of like the Peace Corps or whatever to help them rebuild or to reorganize society. I think that's still in Bizarro world, but it's a symbol of the border, like the borders between Bizarro and Lumania have been cleaned up.
yeah,
And so maybe that's why you always see those sides or like from that angle. Um, but then the question is, are you seeing it because, okay, it's happening in 4D now, or because you miss the battlefield and Earth is too boring, or because it's reflective of what's about to happen here, like with all the crazy stuff happening, it's like, okay, it's
yeah. And it could be any one.
everybody.
It really could be any one of those. It's so weird. It's strange. It's just so strange. Actually, as I laughed because like I had a talk with my sister the other day, and it was like I think it was a movie with Bradley Cooper, American
Limitless.
American Sniper.
Oh,
Actually, I think the
I
American.
don't think I saw it, that one. Yeah, what happens?
Um, well, he goes home from battle, but he can't handle his life at home. He misses the battlefield, and it's like he just basically I think he willingly just keeps going back. He just keeps going back to the war, and every time he comes home, he can't get away from there. And I like kind of like laughed like jokingly because not being serious, but I was like, you know, some days are almost easier to like just kind of close your eyes and go fight.
Oh, wait, what happened?
Are you there?
Yes, I'm here. It just reconnected when you're about to say something.
I wonder if it's still going. I hope it's still going, like recording.
I mean, it's yeah. I mean, it did that on the last one, and it did, I think, work.
Okay.
I mean, we'll see.
Yeah, now I'm getting a weird
It
feedback.
better be, yeah.
Ah,
Everything on the screen looks normal. The only thing is the timer is back to 0.
my timer's
Which
going, but
one
now
was?
I'm hearing my voice feedback.
Okay, I'm not hearing it. Are you hearing just yours feedback or mine as well?
No, yours is normal. Mine's feed. Um,
Because you sound normal on my side.
hmm.
Should we just have faith?
Yeah, I think I can just.
Do you want to come back in?
Yeah, maybe I can. All right, let me try that. All right, let me close out, and I'll
Okay.
do
I'll
that link
stay
again.
in. Okay, I'll stay. It should be the same link. It's so bright now. Okay, there we go. Hello. How's your voice now?
Let me see. Ah, now it's still doing. Huh? That's weird.
Is it because it's coming through No, but it wasn't doing that last time.
No, I wasn't doing that
It's
before. It's
because
fine
it's coming
before.
through the speaker.
I don't know how
It
to.
sounds fine on my side.
Yeah, like you sound fine, but I'm just in it in my. I'll just try to ignore it if I can. Um,
Do you want to use earphones maybe and see if it's
yeah.
gonna be? Yeah, because I don't. I didn't bring earphones, but it's
All right, can you hear me?
yeah. And how's your voice now?
Let me see. Test. No, it's still doing it.
Then it's probably on your side. I mean, if you find to concentrate with it going, you can if you can. I know how distracting it can sound, but if you can manage it, I'm happy to keep you on.
Yeah, I'll try it. Let me take this out there.
Okay. It's the government.
I know.
They're
Like, all
doing
right.
this. Because now they're trying to distract us. What were you're about to say something important and then it just cut off.
Well, I was just gonna comment, like in the movie American Sniper, like he has to go back. He just can't stay at home. And I was like just joking, like it's almost easier just close your eyes and go fight demons, deal with like the daily 3D life. Um, but I was just kind of joking. But like it made me think of that.
Well, it wasn't because it's obviously coming up in the dreams. Like everyone, what do they say? 50% of a joke is real.
Yeah.
um,
Well, yeah.
it's
There's a truth to it.
yeah, maybe that's why because it is easier. I mean, in a sense, it is. To be honest, it is easier for me as well to fight demons or to be in situations where you have to overcome an extraordinarily evil thing because it's easy. Because evil doesn't need mercy or whatever. It's evil, so it's easy to fight evil. But then in, you know, morally gray areas, it's just takes a lot more brain power and it's annoying
Yeah.
because you don't know if you're being too harsh or if you know what I mean. It's just easier. And that's maybe hard to admit that you like the, or that I like the drama because it's not hard.
And I mean, I like it because like it's just so I don't know, fantastical too. And it's like for me, like the realization where I don't have like any doubts that it's not real anymore. For me, it's like makes it even that more incredible. So God, it keeps echoing. But
It's the government. It's on your side. Their
yeah,
mind is.
they're listening in. Like they've already got. So I have a couple like UFO, like real UFO experiences too, and there's been like twice, like no lie, where there's been like uh black triangles over my house, like over top of my
Yeah, I
house.
can believe it. The UFOs are real, but I think those are from the Pentagon.
They are. They,
I
yeah, the
think
Pentagon
those
has
are.
black triangles for sure. But I actually seen like orbs mimic a black triangle above my house before. The one night I was outside and I was like checking it out, and directly above my house, and I saw three of them. And I was like, "Oh, it's that's really cool. It's crazy." But the bottom two lights of the triangle formed two more orbs from those. There's like five,
So
and
they're
then it,
all separate
yeah,
vehicles.
so it's like, and then they started making different shapes, and like um more of like straight line pattern. But then they started going all kind of zipping around each other, dodging around each other, throwing around. They all just and flew off then, and it was like
I
it really,
still, I still say that's Project Bluebeam.
it's what is it? There's like it could be anything. It could be like
Yeah.
blue beam, false flag. I don't know because so the whole drone thing's a whole crapshoot too because
Yeah.
like whose technology is it? Um,
Well,
because I've
it
seen
that
like so this is a crazy and I've talked to two other people that had like a similar experience. So it was the same thing. I was like looking out my back kitchen window, and there was like a orange orb behind. There's like a huge pine tree to my one neighbor's house, and then behind there's another. And I saw this like orange light. I'm like, it's extremely bright, weird for like a. And then but it was like in between the house and the pine, and then it started going up, and I'm like, oh crap! Threw my sweater, ran downstairs outside, and the orb was gone. But like right above the tree line where I stood, um, two of those like two, two, not one, two of those drones spawned from the same point. So like that
so it
orb came up,
was
and by the
one,
time
and
it
then
came
it
up,
just
they were like huge, like SUV size that people are talking about. Completely silent. One went one direction, one went like this was east. That's east. So it went like north. One went northwest over my house. Went the other direction. Um, both completely silent. The one as it was going over my head, I started waving to it. Yeah, what's up? Just to like see. And at that point,
just now
started.
it's the Russians. I mean,
But like, here's the crazy part. It was silent, right? But then it started making jet sound. But the sound sounded completely artificial, like a speaker. There was no um,
it wasn't.
like a, like
Yeah,
no bass
organic.
from the engines or anything. Like you couldn't feel the vibration. It sounded completely fake and like it took off. And it was like pretty low, low enough like over top of the. It just looked like the ground, but came, two of them came out of nowhere. It was,
Wait, you're breaking up a little bit. Say that again.
but like yeah, two came out from the same point. It was
And
so
then
there's
you
like
said when it went up, it did what? You waved at it, and then
oh when I waved at it, it then went from like jet engine sounds really loud, but the sounds sounded like they're coming from a speaker. They sounded like art, hard to describe, but oh, there was like no. You could not feel the bass from the engine in your chest. Like you're like a helicopter goes out of your house or a plane. You always feel but, like it just sounded.
yeah.
It just sounded like speaker. It was weird.
Wait, anyone watching, please type in the box if you can hear Zodek clearly. You're breaking up like every second word. But
Yeah, it keeps
just to recap, you said you heard the sounds coming from the orbs as if they were coming through a speaker, like it was an artificially generated sound, so it didn't have that bass that
yeah,
normally you would feel in your chest and stuff.
yeah,
Well, that's what I'm saying, because that's what I've always been saying, that the ones in the sky are fake. All of them are fake. They all come from Earth. Because why? If it was really us, and when I say us, I mean aliens, um, we wouldn't tease you. We would just take you or show you the whatever. And if you can go to Jupiter, then why would we show you something like that? You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't.
yeah,
So that's why I say they're all fake. Even the guy from the disclosure thing, I don't know what they're up to, but that's not. I mean, 2 years ago or 3 years ago, they said there's a spaceship that's coming to Earth by 2020. And then 2020 came and they didn't, they just stopped talking about it. So where is it?
yep. They always bring something up, and then they put a they'll put a bunch of things out there, so you get kind of you don't know and then they just they do that all the time. It's
But
like,
then
well,
don't they
fun.
never follow? Don't they feel embarrassed that they're not following up with these things?
Well, it's like it's funny. They think like people don't pay attention because they think everyone just pays the main media ballots, but nobody really follows that much 'cause it's all bought out by the corporation. So it's like
Yeah.
everyone has more access online news, even though it's a lot of it disinformation, whatever. But
Okay, wait. You breaking up like thingy. Do you want to call in again?
yeah, let me try again.
Yeah, just try again. It's
Ah,
still every second word's cutting out.
all right, I'll try one more time.
Okay, and do I sound normal?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay. Okay, so let's try that again so we can have some nice, clear. Obviously, they don't want us to talk about this stuff now, so we're getting close. As soon as they start messing with the sound, then you know. You are close. But at least now Lady Gaga makes a lot more sense with the egg. It was all about the egg. And then we need to figure out what this medieval times. I feel like, I don't know, maybe 16th, 13th to 16th century or something. But or like 12th century. I don't know. It's a lot. Um, Maybe Lady Gaga is gonna, I don't know, show up to the next awards show on a horse, a medieval horse. Okay, is that better?
Let's see.
Say the brown cow jumped over the, I don't know, how now, bro? Something long.
Test in, mic check 1 2. No, it's still. Oh my god.
Okay, but it seems like you're not cutting out
Okay.
anymore. Just say something else again,
All right. Can you hear me now? Let's see how it sound.
like a long sentence.
All right. Good. Well, it's still. I'm still getting the echo on my end, but we'll try to deal with it. Yeah.
Okay, it seems like it's not cutting out though, so
Okay.
that's better. Yeah, so I was just saying, imagine Lady Gaga now comes to the awards show on some medieval horse or whatever.
Yeah.
While we were waiting for you, but yes, go ahead with the craft.
Um.
I think they're all government made or made. The technology is just technology that probably came from Nikola Tesla and those people from Project Paperclip. And it is advanced, but I think it's advanced in terms of Earth years. So they probably, like they probably had internet in 1950, but they only gave it to us in 1980 or something.
Yeah.
So
Which
maybe it's
actually was. Um. I think the first internet was. I can't remember. It was like. It's definitely back then, maybe the 40s, 50s. It was all like internet, all like just government messaging, and then, so we didn't have access to it at all. More.
I think that's what they're doing. But then in terms of our technology, like that's the real alien tech.
Well, that's what's like. It's weird because you have like the orb. I think it's a mixture of both, in my opinion. Like I think it's like U.S. tech, or yeah, and other countries. Russia, who knows? Um, but I think there could be some of that because the whole Chris Bledsoe thing is kind of weird. I don't know if you looked into him at all.
Who's he?
Um, so I wish
Who?
it wasn't going so bad because it'd be so easier to talk about. But he basically describes the lady. He calls her mother spirit. He calls her the lady. and he can basically summon orbs on his own will, and they've healed him from different diseases and stuff like that. Um, and so yeah, he's kind of like on the side that all stuff like I don't know, angels and stuff like that.
What's his name?
Chris Bledsoe.
It sounds familiar.
Yeah, he wrote the book The UFO of God. You ever heard of that book?
No. Is he from the 1950s?
He's an older gentleman. He's probably in his I think mid-60s right now.
Okay, I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna look that up. Chris Bledsoe. It sounds very familiar.
Yeah, he's actually doing a lot of interviews now. He just had an interview with Sean Ryan. His son has a podcast called Bledsoe Said So. He did an interview with someone. He has a couple interviews out right now. They're like 3 in a week.
Okay, I haven't seen him. I'm gonna look him up though, because it sounds. I feel like you just opened me into another dimension.
Because
I
when you,
feel like I'm gonna hear stuff from him, which is amazing.
I read his book and I read it over like split up over 3 nights, 300 some pages. But that, it really resonated with the lady because I had my experience with her.
Yeah, especially that part. I want to find out that part.
Yeah. The only difference, like, he can like summon orbs and all this and that, and like, I don't really have like, I can't go out and be like, call an orb
Well,
out or
I believe in orbs, but I don't think they are mechanical
yeah, no, I think
in terms of Earth mechanics.
well, I think there's different orbs. Orbs we have like we can create plasmoids. We do that, but I think we have the technology to create orbs as like a spy device kind of tools. Like,
Oh,
but then I think that's our tech, and or it's kind of like
reverse engineered.
yeah, it's reverse engineered, but it's like a psychic soldier, let's say, and then it's like their projection, and it's like a tool, and they're like sending it out there, and they're like, um, but then I
Okay,
think with
yes.
Chris Bledsoe experience is like alive, like its own thing, angels, whatever you want to call it. I think it's a separate thing because
I
the way he
do.
described it, it could transform to like anything it wants. It can transform, it can do whatever, and it's like a life of its own.
Yeah, those are the ones I mainly would say are real.
Yeah.
And in these ones, I do think there are ways to create them
Hmm.
and for military purposes. Like, I think there are, yeah, bases where people do that.
Yeah,
Psychic weapons, basically.
for
But
sure.
that's
I
a
think so.
whole other thing. But yes, I believe in those.
Yeah, I think it's a case. So it's just like I definitely believe remote viewing is a thing, and that was kind of started with the CIA. Well,
Yeah, well, also in South Africa, they do that. That's why
yeah,
I'm saying for not, yeah, for bad reasons.
yeah,
Like there are people who instead of calling it remote viewing, they'll call it monitoring spirits, for example. That then you like go to an evil witch doctor, and they will be able to do it, and they can see what's happening
mm,
in wherever, and they can create machines, psychic machines or weapons that can get people from a distance. I don't want to say, but yeah, if you looked at the links on the last live stream at the bottom, it had the people talking about how they do some of those things, and yeah, it's for educational purposes. No one try that, please,
Please don't.
ever.
Don't
Yes,
mess with that
no,
stuff.
it is not. But yeah, it's that's what I would say more than aliens that came out of from wherever to come into Earth, because they're already here.
Yeah.
There's no need to come in. The rest is just like magic, very extreme magic or technology.
Yeah, whatever you want to. Yeah, it's kind of all the same, really. It's all made from the same stuff anyway. So,
Because I mean, I'm talking to you on a screen, a black mirror, basically. This is like scrying,
mhm.
is what they would say in the medieval times. But we know, oh, it's Wi-Fi, but it's witchcraft in a sense.
At least we're not getting burned at the stake right
No, definitely not. Those people were burned for nothing.
Yeah, terrible. Just all that. Yeah. So that's why it's like, yeah, I believe it's kind of both, but I don't really know the whole story of everything, of like what's going on now. Like what the f is going on.
I think it's still, we still have to, we have to realize we are not, it's gonna sound bad. Well, it's, we have to realize we are not like them, and not in an ego way, but just in a factual way. And
Mhm.
then we have to deal with the fact of what do we do now that we realize we are not like them? What does that mean? Because obviously it doesn't mean like rule over them or try and be better than them, but it has to mean something. So what does it mean?
Yeah, it's like I've had this huge like drive to kind of like come out with like my life story and stuff. So there's like portions where like we get driven to like do kind of like help out in a way, I guess. But I think that's
How?
not supposed to like
They
sit
don't
back
want
and
help.
watch. What'd you say?
How? They don't want help,
I know.
apparently.
And I don't
So
think it's
what?
like because we're not supposed to force anything, which I found that out like, but like I think
We
just
have
the
to.
way we go about if just, I don't know. It's like
Do we have to just
I
be
think all right,
it?
so we have to be our true selves. Like so I have to like resonate like Zerdic. Like that's I got to do that. And then I think if we can actually have full faith, live our true selves, and then that resonates out, I think it's just kind of like people because like you see subtle change, you see like small subtle changes in you around you. So I think it just kind of resonates out, and it's more of like um, what's the word? I don't know, but
That we have to act like it, and then
yeah,
that'll influence them without us actually influencing them to see the light.
yeah. Then I think at the same kind of like record keepers and like keeping the balance and holding the line, all that stuff. Like I think it's like I said, there's like a government, like whole thing out there that we don't know about, and it's like structured, and everybody has a purpose, like a job, and
Like
um,
a divine blueprint
yeah,
that's already filled. We just discovering it now, like
yeah,
on Earth.
something. I think it's um, yeah.
I mean, it's coming together. It's just all in formation. Get it?
Yep.
Information. It feels like that.
Well, it's nice, like,
artwork.
we can have these conversations, and then hopefully other people will listen in and um, have the similar experience, and that'll help. And then that's more information we get, and we'll like meditate on it. I think we can just expand our minds even more, figure out more as we go.
Well, I
It's
definitely think the theme for this one is the egg.
yeah,
Something about the egg. I'm gonna be meditating on the egg.
yeah. I
The
think
golden
everyone needs to
egg.
find their egg, and that's I think the goal is to get to the egg, and that's like the beginning. Sure. Like I think once you get the egg, you have to kind of like nurture it, be yourself, and I don't know, just because it's gonna hatch, and then you're
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. What's hatching? The fullness of the spirit, or the true self, or we just in the egg as we go along life,
yeah.
like forever. You never leave the egg. I don't know. And you said there was nectar in the egg, so that also has some kind of symbolic meaning, like it's got sustenance, or it's got like the elixir of life. There's so many avenues it could go. We have to remember. Oh, I'm just glad. Okay, I that's why I take it one step at a time. So I'm glad I saw Gaga and egg. So now I know what it's like. That's my thread of to follow to the egg. The box, I'm not on the box yet. I need to be on the egg, and then something else will show
Yeah, but it's like
itself.
this is all stuff we already have. We just have to like
Put it together.
put together, remember it, or whatever. We have to figure it out. It's we already have
And
all
the
this.
babies. Why did Gaga have so many babies? Divine feminine.
You think she's a an ET Gaga?
I definitely think she can do what we do. And I think everyone who can do what we do is an alien, yes. But then it's just like, what's the mission now?
Yeah, that's where I'm like, and it's so it's definitely we're getting there. We're getting there for sure. But it's always like for me, like I was saying, it's like steps. Like it's like we got to learn things in increments.
Yeah.
Um, but I think there's like a big piece for me that was just like all that the egg and all that stuff was like a huge piece in the revelation because now I know like um I came here of my own accord and all that stuff I explained earlier and stuff like that. Um, I
Do
know
you
what I
know
can
how
do. I know what I'm
powerful?
capable of. It's just now what? Yeah.
But do you know how powerful it would be if like 90% of the population could even get that far to say that they know they came here on purpose? Then they wouldn't be spending half their time blaming
Hmm.
whoever for whatever. They'd just be like, well, I chose to be here. That's like half the battle won.
Took a long time to get there. That it was such a back and forth that it was like you don't really know what avenue to go, what to believe in. There's so many. But like that's the one thing about the double-edged sword when I was a kid because I was always by myself and kept to myself. So I was always thinking about. I was always wondering about stuff. Um, and that's the kind of stuff I thought about. So it's just, um,
You
yeah.
put in the effort, yeah. It wasn't just like it happened. You had to actually think about it.
And like I grew up
And
like
maybe
I grew up. I read like King Arthur, and then my favorite movies growing up were like the original like Clash of the Titans and all this like stop motion Greek mythological movies. Even like um, like the Ten Commandments, it's like all that stuff. Like I love watching that stuff growing up. Yeah. Godzilla, like
The
um,
old Demille epics.
yeah.
Yeah.
But I always had that connection to like the Greek stuff
The
and
biblical times.
Celtic stuff and medieval and like
Old
it's just always been there.
Testament
And if
times.
you think back when you're a kid, like this stuff has always been there throughout our lives. The things that we attach to the most, like animals and like whatever, it's like it follows through to this day, and you realize it's always been there. And it's just like crazy to think back to realize it's been like right in your face.
And then you wonder, did those people also know about it? I'm just being more specific, like TV shows or movies where they talk about these things. You like X-Files. Like, is Chris Carter having these dreams?
I think
Or
for
is he
sure
just making it up?
there's plans for that. Like I think some of that stuff was downloaded to like the writers, and I think some of it was like inside, like Bluebeam, like soft
Yeah,
disclosure over time. So I think it was like a mixed bag too. I think there's always like a mixed bag, like because you have like the good side, I guess, trying to wake everybody up and influence that aspect, but then you have the dark side, let's say, trying to keep their edge and their control, and so because they know what's going on, so they're trying to fight back, um, fight fire with fire,
fight
basically.
with fire. Yeah. And then it makes you wonder if they are okay. If they are listening, let's say the Pentagon is like, I think there's two options. Either they're incompetent and we are giving humans too much credit and they have no idea we exist. They have no idea about the mall. They have no idea about Romania. Or they know exactly what's happening and they're either watching from the background or they created it and they are watching to see how their programming is working. Um, which one do you think is more likely, that they don't have no idea, it's just bureaucracy and incompetence, that they know but they don't and they watching or don't care, or they don't know, or they know and they did it, they make us go to the mall, they make us
I think so. I think they know about like just going back from like the maps and stuff, like Romania and stuff. I think was way before. It was always there or put there. Um,
yeah, the map had to have always been there, but then my thing is, why that
yeah,
for this? You know what I mean? Why did they tell me Lumania? Why have I been calling it that? Why couldn't it just be the inner world or
yeah,
Agatha or all the other names they call it? Why that name?
and like, well, I think so. It's definitely not something that like humans made, but it's been there for a long time. But I think we have to know about it. Like like the governments have to know about it simply for the fact that if they have psychic soldiers, they could have found that, tapped into that. Or there's the
That's what
whole
I'm
like
saying.
where you see like celebrities there. Um, and there's always that whole like the celebrities part of like the whole Illuminati whatever. Like, so,
But I don't think that Gaga's in the
no, I don't
Illuminati.
think so either.
I think she's telling us
Yeah,
that there's these people here Because I mean, if I wanted to communicate a message to everyone, I would also use those symbols, not because I'm in it, because I want you to research it so that you can figure out, hey,
Yeah,
there's a bunch of crazy people called the Illuminati and they're trying to take over, but don't let, you know what I mean? Like a warning.
yeah. I just think it's more like
It's more like
everybody knows about it except for like the top people. Like there's no way.
there's no way.
The
Do you remember back in the day when Gaga came out, and I keep going back to her, but there was this other guy called Vigilant Citizen, and he was the one who used to make those videos where he looks at the music videos and he breaks down like all the evil stuff in it. So I always thought that was her doing that because I always thought, wouldn't it be a good idea if she's trying to get publicity to hire some guy to break down her evil image? Because who would know
yeah,
and who would have the time? And then everyone's gonna watch her videos. But now I think she did it to make us see what's going on, not just to be famous. And I think that's why she's in there and why I always see her. Because there are some people I've never seen Ellen DeGeneres. I've never seen like some random. I was thinking that the other day, like, who haven't I seen? It's like, I've never seen Ellen. But then there are other people that I see all the time.
yeah. Like I think. Oh yeah. For some reason, first time I ever seen Lady, Gaga, definitely something about her, and I could see her belonging. Or even like um, yeah. There's just definitely something about her. Like I'm saying, it's like if Flaminia's been there for like who knows thousands, millions of years, always who knows. The old church is a religion, the old families, that, like the Illuminati, they're gonna know knowledge. They're gonna have the knowledge. So who
But
knows
then
if they
why aren't they doing something?
and
Because
like
we on Reddit.
uh,
Or they don't care.
or they just think too crazy that people they're not gonna pay any attention because of how out there it is.
Maybe.
They're not hard.
Because I haven't been in the group for a while, especially the mall as well. So I just know from what I can see happening that we have to hold the vibration
Hmm.
because I feel people are just getting more and more upset over things that are not necessary
Yeah.
to be upset about. Um, and so I feel like if I look into it, I'll be too shocked or too surprised that what? That's what people think's happening in there or something, you know?
Yeah, I haven't looked because for a while there I was like participating, but I actually kind of stepped away because
I think I'll go on and actually upload that one when we were actually in the mall like last week
yeah,
and say this is everything's fine in the mall because I remember last year like September, November, or when I first discovered it, everything was fine. And then like a few weeks later people were like it's burning down or something and I was like no, that's Bizarro burning down.
yeah. Like there's like a couple weeks where everyone's like, "What's going on?" Like everything's falling apart or whatever.
Yeah. Or there's people raiding it or something.
Yeah, like that's not.
That's not.
But like I had instances where I would, but like a long time ago, that stuff already happened.
Yeah, and that's probably that part of Bizarro where everybody was being, you know, with the Greenpeace or
Yeah.
the peace call when they were being rehoused. I don't know, re something.
Well, it's
That's
like
what
I've
they were
had like
probably remembering.
um meditations recently where I've gone to Romania to like my mansion, let's say, and like because like you describe your mansion in Romania a certain way, and that's how well there might be different areas because mine's more of like a cabin, but huge mansion type cabin. Looks like more of a cabin. I don't know if it's more of a tech. I grew up camping and I love to do like being but the inside is very like you walk in and it's like beautiful reflective tile, golden staircases and stuff. So there's like a red carpet. There's like huge windows that are stained glass windows, and I don't know what the designs are. And then when you walk in, there's like a huge chair with a giant crystal in the center of it hanging down. And I've gone in there and have like gone to like a room where it's I want to say like a hunter's lodge. I don't know, like a
With
fireplace,
like guns on the wall.
but there wasn't stuff on the
There
wall
are
like
pigs.
animals, but it just had like that. And
Warm.
yeah, and in like the center of the room, there was like a crystal, and it was kind of like holographic and like I guess like Lumanian stuff. And there was other people or like people of power around people as well. And we were just kind of like hatching out plans, like put in soldiers here, put in people here to kind of hold like certain points of Lumania and stuff like that. Um, that's happened like twice, which is kind of like strange. But like I feel like
In the same mansion.
yeah, yeah, yeah,
Well, that's not strange. That's a place. That's the literal place.
yeah. It's just like funny. Like that's what I was saying. I feel like it's the same place, but it's certain things are different for people, but then it's either different because of their own experience or different because they go to another area that's like Romania. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think they're all different mansions. Um, I think they're all specific to each person. Like, so it'll be your mansion, your way, and but they have similar things like the staircases, the many doors, or the many rooms, and behind each door, it's like a life. It's like a lifetime or some or a timeline. That's common. The spiral. I don't know if you've seen the golden cuffs yet, and the golden spiral.
Golden Spiral.
There's that. There's everyone's seen the main building in the center of town, like the city building, and then everyone's gone to the town, like the old school town. The fountains, the sea that's not like a sea, the water that always comes to get you but it doesn't get you. It's all those things, but I think it's always like designed like I always say, it's like Venice, the
Yeah,
town, but other people it's like, I don't know. Oh, I was watching TV and I saw another place that reminded me of it. Croatia.
Croatia.
Croatia looks like Lumania, looks
Oh,
like the town. The place called Slip
slip.
in
All right, I'll have to look
Croatia.
that up.
Yes, that I was like that. So if it is on that side, like the Black Sea, then I have to say that's Romania.
Yeah,
Croatia is. It looks like whoa, like the streets and the buildings.
you have to look because like when I was looking, I sent you like some map stuff on Reddit, and like just that one section really reminded like just yeah the Red Sea there and whatever there. Just that one section was like this looks maybe oddly familiar.
Okay,
Um,
I will look. I haven't looked. I've just been,
Yeah,
I
yeah,
want, I almost want them to come down and be like, okay, this is what's happening. And that kind of happened, but then I couldn't capture it. So it's like, I just want proof
yeah,
that everyone can see, that everyone can have.
yeah,
Um, so we can all, get on this page. So maybe this Lady Gaga thing will do that. Because there's an egg, so now I'm gonna look for eggs, and I know something will happen. Maybe I'll find a certain egg or something.
yeah. Well, I mean, I'm sure it'll. Like we're talking about it. I think if you put it out there, I think it's already out
Yeah, it's
there.
already happened. This is just the process.
Yeah, yep. I'm all for it. I love it. Though. Love it.
I'm certain we are gonna see these things. I mean, more than what we've seen. We have to.
Yeah, because like I've never really, because like I've seen like general paranormal stuff. I can communicate with my higher self and stuff like that, spirits, whatever. And all that stuff comes through like, you know what I mean? Like, but now it's like orbs are coming through a lot more. Tiny, tiny little sprinkles through a lot more now. You'll see them all the time, and or you'll see something walking by. It feels. It looks like something's walking. It's like invisible, but Predator, like the movie Predator, like the cloaking, but way better.
Yes.
You can
It's
see them.
like
You
it's
can
like
see.
an out. It's like water or air,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
not really. But
Yes,
you
it's like
know
walk,
it's there, and other people don't know.
and like you see it walk, and the way it walks, like yeah, like maybe water on the outline, and you can see their shape, and it's so fluid, but like the most advanced like invisibility tech ever, or something. I don't know. Or
But
just
now
a
we.
dimension they're on, or something. I don't know. But
Yeah, I mean, they hear, and for some reason we can see it, and the other people will never see it. I feel, and it's not that they. It's not for them to see right now.
yeah,
Some of them, but then why do we have to see it? If that's when they answer that, then I'll be satisfied.
yeah. I mean, I wish I could honestly see it all the time because that's where I'm still like, it just comes through here and there. It's like, or it's like, oh, you're hanging out over here behind me, and I can clearly see you, and I'll turn. I'm like, well, why don't you just come over and hang out? You know?
One time they said, "Oh my God," they they knew I could see them, and they said, not to me, to each other. When I was very young, they were like, "Oh, he doesn't know we are real. He thinks he's imagining this." But like I'm there, but they talking about me in the third person, like I'm not there, listening to them say that, and they know I can because they're commenting on the fact that I'm saying that.
Yeah, like right, just something. Yeah, right. Well, it's funny because like so the I was telling you I was doing like that con. I was just kind of doing a con to my higher self and my stuff, like just like a thing. It's like what I do. Um, I just love to sing, and I was doing this concert. And literally to my left, this um shadowy woman, a woman presence from her, comes over, and I see her out of the corner of my eye, there, and she's like get in.
Dancing.
And I'm like, and I turned to her, and she doesn't realize I think, and I'm like, yeah, like, and then she just like goes- drops to the ground and like crawls away like through the air.
So
And I'm
she
like,
didn't know you could see her,
yeah, but like,
probably, and she was still dancing. Yeah.
But like that's the thing. I don't really. I can see stuff, but like not constant. I can't just all the time. But like
Yeah,
it was
but I
so
mean,
funny.
once
Paris, but I'm like, hang out. Like I know you're not bad. You're like let's have a but it's not like that. Like more like
she was scared, yeah.
yeah, like don't be scared. Like you can sense some harm.
Because she's probably seeing like Zerdek,
Yeah,
the one, the killer of many of her dark, brothers and sisters. So she's like,
yeah.
I wonder if they know that though. That's another thing. Do they even know our history in that sense? Maybe. Who knows?
I don't. Yeah, I don't know if they do. They see that part. And that's why they kind of like hang off in the background.
Maybe they're
Um,
like, maybe we are celebrities on that side, but for like war, for like war heroes.
that's like I'm being like I was doing a lot of missions where I was leading like small squads, like six, or I was just going solo missions. It got to a point where um I was able to then start leading missions again, like because like I've always had that status being a general or commander, I guess. And I guess I just had to get to the point where I remember enough, and realize what I can do, abilities like in the astral and stuff. And then I was able to like start command missions. So it's like kind of like a so something's going on. That, I believe.
And
So
maybe our memories are linked to the progression of the timeline that's already happened.
yes,
So we're just remembering at the rate of the formation of the new synaptic nerves. I don't know. More megabytes in the brain, the more we can store, the more we can remember. I have no idea.
yeah. We just speculate and talk about it, but there's too
Until
much out
then,
there. Like, makes sense.
it'll become clear. I'm certain. As long, yeah, for me, it's just like every day getting one step closer. And now I have the egg. That's
Have fun with
the
the.
golden egg. Wasn't there a movie about the golden with Eddie Murphy?
Yeah, that was the
Movie
Golden
called The
Child.
Golden
That
Child.
was one of
Okay,
my.
the golden.
I love those movies, like Big Trouble, The Golden Child. Um, and yeah, the child had to eat this oatmeal, and I forget what was that about because there's something magical about in that movie.
Yeah, there was
Eddie Murphy
something.
was
Wasn't he a monk or something? The kid, and then Eddie Murphy had to go there
yeah, and he was like
to
his
the
guardian,
mountain. Yeah, or something. I don't know.
and he had to do like the test and the pillars, and it was like a bottomless pit. He had to go across the pillar. I remember. I don't know if you remember that.
Yeah, I don't remember. I just it's like a blur. It was long ago, and I think I only saw it once, so it's just that one. Wait, have you ever seen the 13th Floor?
No, actually, but I do want to see it. I have. I just kind of like forgot
Yeah,
about it.
it's on YouTube. You should watch it. Actually,
Yeah, I have to watch that.
it's very, very. I don't want to give anything away, so I'll just say, what? Yeah, it's on YouTube. Watch it.
That is that the one? A different one. One.
It's the one with Craig Bierko.
Okay. No, I didn't see it.
He's and that famous girl, or that girl who was supposed to be famous, and then I don't know what happened. She's like in another timeline. I'm not gonna remember her name, but remember back in the day there was this woman on the cover of every magazine, and they said she's the next star, and then literally nothing happened. She's in it.
Hmm.
She was supposed to be the next like Gwyneth Paltrow or something. And she became famous for not fulfilling that thing. But you'll recognize her anyway. She's
I'll
in
recognize.
there. Yeah, it's pretty good. I don't want to give it away because I spoke about it earlier, but it's good to just go in fresh and give it 15 minutes. In the beginning, it's like, oh, okay, are we going there? And then it's like, oh. And then at the end, it's like, oh. But that part I was saying about how you have to, how they use signs like no entry or don't go in here or dead end. It made me think about that. So maybe the next time we go live, I'm gonna go explore past the signs to see what is there.
Well, I don't. Maybe not the black hole. The center of the all universes. I
I'm not
thought
gonna
about
say
that.
anything, but maybe you're right. Yes.
I don't want to ruin a good thing if I gotta go.
Yeah, no. Let me go in. I'll go look. You stay. I'll just, I mean, if it is, at least then we'll catch it on video.
Yeah.
As long as we catch it.
Have you ever gotten a sense of being outside of it before? Like actually being on the other side of the
Say that again.
Have you ever had the sense of being on the side of the black hole before?
No.
Yeah.
I've had the sense of being in a void
Yeah.
or being in like a waiting room type thing, but not completely connected. I'd imagine that's how it feels. What does it feel like?
Oh, I'm not really sure. I was just wondering. 'Cause I
Oh.
feel like I thought there might be a point where I had like a but I'm not sure. Honestly, it was a while ago. It was
Yeah, I wonder what Mega might know. He's always in there and then they pull him out.
yeah, because like now when I try, don't. But I feel like a long time ago, I feel like I might have, but I don't know. Just like a weird,
It's
there's
like
something about that where it's like I feel like
is
I
it like a parallel universe or upside down universe?
no, it's just I don't know. I just remember like white.
Could be. I mean, you know that show Quantum Leap?
Yeah. Yep.
Like the old school version. I don't know, I heard there's a new one, but the old school version.
That's
I
one.
think it might be like that. Because he's in other people's bodies as other people. That's as terrifying, I think, as what it might feel like to be on the other side of a black hole. Because it's like you're still alive, but you're not yourself in a parallel universe. You're someone else in a
Hmm.
parallel universe. That's scary.
Yeah, that's a. I don't really want to dabble in that because already the
Yeah.
mindset. You know.
That's like soul swapping.
Yeah. And then like, do
Or
we have
transmigration.
like when we create thought of like like do our thoughts create timelines themselves? Like our decision. Like I decided to go right today.
Yeah.
Did the left decision create an
But
alternate?
I think you were always gonna go right.
Yeah, that's
I think whatever you decide, that's what you were always gonna do. Or do you think it changes each time?
um I've always just thought that you know our decisions were always like any decision would kind of be like a brain, you know, like any version of it would create a brain. So like, so I said yes to this thing, the same thing, you know.
Wait, it's cutting out again. Say that again.
So
Every
like,
decision.
yeah, like so say there was like a conversation I had with somebody. It was like, so any outcome of that conversation were a yes, a no, or whatever. All those were potential different like universe lifetime.
And
You
they
know,
happen.
well,
Okay, that's like multiple.
that's like theory for
Yeah.
me or
Okay,
speculation.
and then you can go into anyone at any time.
Yeah, yeah,
They do say that with this one guy who said he wanted to learn the piano, so he went to the universe where he could play the piano, and then he learned the piano, and now he can play the piano. But my thing is, if you do that, if it is there, then what about the karma of the guy who
hmm
plays the piano? Okay, you learn the piano, but then what else do you bring with you
yep,
from there that you might not know? That's what I find scary about that.
yeah. That's why I don't really.
Theory.
That was always something I thought about. Theory, speculate. You see all this now where people, oh, timeline jump. No, what are you getting
Yeah,
into?
because you
Time.
don't exactly. You don't
Um,
know what's.
and then I brought up the practice where you were like, like bring all your lives together back here, and I
Yeah.
feel like that actually has more more with me now than actually. So yeah,
Because yeah, you want all your
yeah,
faculties now. I mean, not
and then
even
like
in the dreamland,
yeah, and
but
the
here.
way I foresee the concept of time, you can really only be yourself when, and then all that stuff you think about, like, it's either gonna happen and then it's just out there. Um, yeah, it's just right there. So I think that makes more sense. The older theory,
Yeah, it's also like easier to navigate
yeah,
with just saying, okay, this is my decision. I was always gonna make this decision, and this is what I'm doing
yeah, because then like you'll
with it.
well, like because like does that mean that I'm an asshole in like other timeline? Like I just like some timeline I'm like crap and I beat people and whatever and I'm mean because you have to have all possible. And I'm like, well,
Exactly.
that's not. I would never. So I can't possibly kind of life path that I would, you know. So there's also
That's actually a good point because maybe that's what these the dark beings use to justify it. They're like, oh well, this is just the one where I'm a dark being, so I have to do it.
yeah. It's like oh for the like the fractal experience. Because so I'm like, well, that's part of it, but I feel like you're lying about part of like the parts of
Yeah,
it
they
are
just want to be psychos.
yeah yeah.
They just want to admit they won't admit it.
So
This better be all recorded.
I hope
This is
it,
good.
we've been
What's
talking about like
I
I
know we need this, yeah, for
yeah,
the collective.
and like I'm also
No,
curious
we.
like what people think and have more. I would really love to have review too, so we can kind of get like a
Yeah, whenever you want to come on, please come on because it's. I'm always gonna put the link there where I put it, and yeah, because the main goal is I don't even know. Like we all read books about this stuff. We all, but it's never like live. You know what I mean? It's like, oh,
yep
I read this, I saw this, and all this stuff is obviously happening for. There's a point. Something's happening. So let's talk about it, and so it doesn't like turn into a kind of stigma thing because it's not. It shouldn't be something that people are scared of anymore. It's not
Yeah.
the 16th century. No one's gonna get hung or called a witch or whatever.
Yeah.
It's like you know
Yeah, I agree with that.
we've had so much. 100 years ago they invented, or 120 years ago they invented cinema. That's gonna have an effect because now people are able to watch stuff of humans, and that affects memories and consciousness. And I think that's we should have an outlet to talk about these things because they have to do with the consciousness and the subconscious. And when we watch movies or TV, all that stuff goes in our brain. Our brains doesn't know. Our brains, our brain doesn't know what's real and what's not real. So they say. So for all we know, our brain thinks we were in that Tom Cruise movie, doing
Yeah.
all of those stunts. So we have to talk about this stuff. And I thought it was just that. It was just, oh, movies are in my mind, and now I'm dreaming of stuff. Until I saw other people having the same experience. And it's so specific. I was thinking there was one guy who put a picture of how we travel on hoverboards in Romania. And I was like, I did that 2 months ago. Like, here's my version of it. And it's the same thing. And that was something I never thought anyone. That's why I even used. I was like, this is so unique. I'm gonna use this for the music. No one's gonna see this coming, and then everyone there knows what it is. So it's real. But now we need to figure out why.
Yep, we'll get it. It's coming real soon, though. I feel like.
Yeah, definitely by the end of these, it will be there. It'll be captured. I want to capture it more
Yeah.
than what we've captured. I want the orbs. I want whatever. But yeah, I think this is a good place to take a segment of
Hmm.
refreshments. I really appreciate you coming on. I will be back one of these days. Maybe I'm gonna sleep and then come on. But
Yeah.
yeah, like if not tomorrow, then the next day. I want to try and do it within 3 days though.
Yeah, that sounds good. And I'm usually um, yeah, like around this, like pretty good for me.
Yeah, I think it'll be around 3 a.m. for me, which is like close to midnight, I think, for everyone.
Yeah, because if it's like, well, yeah, because I think you're that 7 hours ahead of me, but
Okay, yours that would be 8 p.m.
yeah. But if I jump on around,
Okay,
like,
well,
usually around like 10 or 11, or
yeah,
my
because considering all the other sides, it should 3 a.m. is like in between. Because I think 5 would be midnight for you, but then the other people would be in. So it's like, but I'll be on past then. So.
yeah, we'll figure out like a nice, maybe a nice time where we can kind of get.
Yeah, that was amazing. Okay, now I'm gonna check that everything is saved.
Let's hope.
But it should be because yeah, it's
Yeah.
only showing an hour on this side, but it should be 4 hours. But
Oh, yeah.
I'm gonna check. Yeah.
Because like, I don't think. I mean, everything we talked about, like trying to remember, we did that whole conversation. I would do it
Well,
again,
they
but
wouldn't. Yeah, I mean, they wouldn't do that to us. They wouldn't do us like that again. And I didn't pause it this time, so it should be fine.
well, real quick, Do your angels or whatever have kind of like about them?
Say that again.
They have like a
Do my
sense of humor about them. Any of them?
Yeah,
Your
the whole time,
yeah,
all the
yeah,
time. The way I speak to them, it's like I'm talking to an old friend. It's not like that's the whole thing again with the religion and how they always make it seem like you have to be like
hmm
or like there's a rich no, I'm like, guys, what is this? Like a normal conversation.
yeah.
And it's like friends in a way. It's not official. I
It
don't
was
have to
like
like do official stuff.
yeah, it was like funny. Like same with like Zer. He like he likes to joke around stuff.
Yeah.
But it's like when I'm trying to out, like be serious and I'm like, nah, I'm just messing with you about that. But I'm like, you're not helping right now. So much, of this. And I'm like, but
They're exactly
I
like
appreciate it as
that.
well. But it's like,
Exactly like that. They have a very even like with whenever I start freaking out, they'll be the ones who are just like, so it's fine. Time's
mhm,
already finished. So what do you complain? Like they always de-escalate the situation. They never make me feel more panicked, and they never make me feel scared. And sometimes I'm like, why aren't you guys more worried? Like
yeah,
this, and they're like, because there's nothing to worry about. So
yeah. It's
yeah,
always like if I get ever like work, it's always immediately like, um, yeah, like calm down, like it's all good. Um, it's always like that, which is reassuring. But
yeah, but sometimes you feel like panicking.
yeah, I want,
Sometimes you feel like, oh, why can't I be like all the other humans? Why can't I panic for 5 minutes?
yeah,
They're like, no, because
um,
if you panic, then you're gonna make more vibrations of panic, and you're gonna have more things to panic about. So just calm down. And then other times I'll just be like, okay, give him 5 minutes to panic. It's traumatic, fine, but then get it together.
yep,
Um, and they've also helped me like not feel sad anymore. Like I felt really sad, and they took it away. Like they help. They
yeah, they do.
help a lot.
Yeah, they're always there to help, which is um, always there. Like even before I was like really like, because like how the sense of angel because of um, meeting the lady God, whatever, when I was a child. That's she was like an angel. So that's what kind of the faith for through most of my life. Really, one instance never lost the faith. But where was I trying to go with that?
The angels always making us feel.
Yeah, and if there's anything in about it, you would feel that energy right away. The intentions are pure and good. Um, yeah, and
It's
then
just like
yeah,
no, I was just gonna say it's just like when you feel that sleep paralysis thing, where that evil feeling you feel when it's that sleep paralysis thing, that dark shadow. This is like the opposite, where it's just good intentions immediately and
yeah.
fully.
One thing I found out real quick about keep going on, but blowing my is actually kind of related to Chris Bledsoe. So he has like tons of like government contacts. Like um, the one retired head CIA in STEMI van was kind of like, why do why the orbs come to him? What's his connection? Because he already knew about this before they found out about him. So they already knew about the orbs and the lady, the government, before Chris Bledsoe,
So they know about
and they
her.
found him. And they were like, "Why you?" And they knew about it. And he told Chris whenever they went to like the government facility, he was like, "If you feel like someone's tapping into you, you're being attacked." He was like, um, "Pick a song that like the entire song, and just sing in your head, and it'll instantly like block any out someone trying to tap in psychically or attacks." And I'm like, and I was like, I read that in the book, and I was like, I always use music as like a defensive tool,
Same.
and ever since, like I always used it, but like ever since I read that, and I would feel like I get like attacks like and stuff. I would use that technique, and it would work like almost instantly. Gone, because I get like this the nerve back here. I'll get it through there. I'll get this like attack pain right up through there into my brain and stuff. And as soon as I start singing the song that I love, it's like gone, completely gone. It works. It's like a tip,
I never ever heard that before, but it 100% makes
and
sense
it makes sense.
because
Science
I'm
makes sense.
exactly the same way with music. Like, I will start singing in my head, and I've noticed now that you say that, it happens naturally during those times of like
Yep.
high stress, and then it
Hmm.
does help.
Yep. 'Cause that's like a tool. So anybody comes back and watches this, and like you're under stress or you feel like psychic attack, whatever you call it. Like seriously, sing your favorite
Yeah.
song. What song makes you happy that you know all the sing it over and over,
You've
and
been
then
cutting out a bit. I'm gonna tell them again, guys. Zodiac just says, from Chris Bledsoe, if you feel you are being psychically attacked, start singing a song in your head. Pick a song that you know all the words to,
yeah,
and just sing it in your head to block the attack. And I can confirm this is something I've been doing without even knowing.
like I
So
usually use which I sent to you, Ace of Base. It's life, and they
which
hate that.
one?
They hate it so much, and it works so quick, and I love it.
Wait, which one of Ace of Base?
It's
Cool
called
Summer or
A Beautiful Life. It's a beautiful life.
okay, wait, I'm gonna play that after this. I know it because we used to have Ace of Base like
Yeah.
on all the time in South Africa. But I don't remember Beautiful Life. I remember Cruel Summer and all of that. But yeah. And what else?
Um, just like whatever other. That's the one I use like right away, and it like works really quick for me. Like I think it's kind of like whatever song you love, and and
I funnily enough seem to use Lady Gaga. Only because it's easy. And do you know which one? The Gaga Romama
yeah, yeah,
Roma.
yeah, yeah.
Because it's just nonsense words, and it always like if I feel stressed or whatever, and I don't want to swear or whatever, I'll just be like Gaga ooh la la. So maybe that's now it makes sense.
Yeah, that's from the director of the CIA, the old director of the CIA, Jim Semivan. Tip from him.
Jim Simivan. I'm
Yeah,
gonna look.
and
So Chris Bledsoe. And where's he on when he's saying this story? On the Jim Semivan show or on the other guy?
this I think was in his book. Like he like met a bunch of people in like the CIA and I forget what other departments, but Jim Semivan was like used to be the director of the CIA, and I think he met him while he was still director, if I remember correctly from the book, and he took Chris to like I think to a facility. I don't know.
To experiment on him or to
I
test.
think that's a show. I apologize because I don't remember context, but I remember specifically in the book, he told him in the facility, like they monitor everyone's minds here, like they'll read your minds all at all times. So when you're walking through here, through the gates, like through the doors, start singing the song. That song there. That's where I got the tip from.
The idea.
And then I was like,
Well, when
oh, yeah, of course, makes sense.
yeah, when we talk about, well, if we talk about that, the Montauk experiment,
Mm-hmm.
that might come up because that's, yeah, that's a whole other thing. But yeah, maybe that's where he was.
Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah,
Guys, remember, sing in
sing.
your mind, and make sure it's a song you know,
Yep.
because yeah, you probably don't want to get interrupted.
Yeah, a song that you really love and you know. And I can't stand that because, like, if you really love it and you send it out there, if it's got really annoying to it, it just drives
Jumbles the signal, yeah. I also know of mirrors and violet. If you think anyone, or you're going to sleep or you want to protect your thoughts or whatever, just always think of mirrors and violet. So violet over your thoughts, your brain, and then mirrors reflecting out
Okay, like that.
any psychic attack, and that usually, yeah.
Yeah.
So I made a song called Mirrors and Violet when I was in school, like long ago, and I wanted this other girl to sing it. She didn't, but I always remember. So I guess only I benefit from it because only I know it. So imagine I'm singing Mirrors and Violet while thinking of Mirrors and Violet. So I'm doing the song and the
Yeah.
visualization. So yeah, guys, sing.
Oh, all right.
Okay.
Well, I'm gonna jump
I
off.
feel Yeah, I feel better now, more energized, and
Yeah,
yeah,
I actually
more
really want to have
peace.
this talk. Like, cause like honestly, I don't have like an outlet for this stuff. But,
Well, you do
but
now.
so it's nice to actually like-minded individuals we can talk about this,
Yeah,
feel comfortable in our skin. So it's yeah, it helps. Every little bit helps. Kind of adds to like the whole overall, and it's going to keep building individually and for all. So,
exactly. And we are not the only ones, experiencing this. It's just nice that now there is something else that they can come and see, that they'll be guided to. They always come in through, I don't know. They always guided here or
mhm.
where they need to be. So they'll find it and it's there. We did our job, is
Yep.
what I would say.
Yep. And I'm just here to help. You know.
Yeah,
I
this
want
is the
humanity.
job.
I want humanity to be, free to be able to live in harmony. Maybe even have control of our own lives. I can see like people live in communities and groups that you know people have skills. We help each other. I have a skill, and I help you, and you provide you a trade, and when everybody works together, like no money, we all help each other. We live in, I don't know, a better way.
I agree. I think there's a divine system of governance, and the one we are living with on Earth is a corrupted version, a bastardized version of it. And I think with what we are aiming for, it's the real version where your skills that you're naturally born with are developed, and those are the things that is your money, your currency,
Yep.
like who you are and
Yep.
what you can
That,
do.
that's what you
Where you
bring.
Yeah, where you don't have to go change and become this completely different robot cyborg to fit into this
Hmm.
3D way of life, because then that's when everything gets messed up. When you take a person far away from what they naturally are, you mess up their brains, in my
Yeah.
opinion. And so if we just keep everything natural and everyone doing what they are good at doing, everything will get done. Even if people say, "Oh, but who's going to do all the bad jobs?" There are people who love cleaning. There are
Yeah,
people who love sweeping.
there's people who love agriculture and whatever, like
Yeah.
that love to build or anything, and that
Sanitation.
yeah,
Someone is out
um,
there and they are like, oh my gosh, I wish, oh, I can't wait till I'm old enough to figure out where all the poo goes. Like
yep,
someone likes that. So we shouldn't be so close minded to think, everyone must be a doctor and everyone must be a lawyer. It's
mhm.
ridiculous.
Yeah, it's and then you get the whole sense of community, and then what's better than that? And like, when you're all working together, I don't know, it's just like you know,
It's harmonic.
yeah,
It's normal. That's what I consider normal.
that's how I always felt. That was actually what um one of the videos kid, which we can go into another time, but that was part of like what I saw the out things would be like an aspect of it. Um, so that's where I kind of hold. That's what I want. So
That's what I've been seeing this whole time. And that's why I've been so just like sometimes I wish I didn't see it because then I wouldn't be so
yeah,
dissatisfied with how it is now.
but I actually have been not so much. Well, I mean, times really. Let's be that. But I've actually my faith in that the overall outcome. Eventually, it's going to be a good outcome. Eventually, it's going to be good. I really strong hold on to that belief right now, and that hasn't changed. So that's
Yeah, I mean, I know it is. It's just like we have to live now, though.
yeah,
The thing where it requires a lot of focus
a lot
to
of energy, a lot
hold
of
that space. Yeah, the 5D. But we're doing it, so
yep.
not that
Got to
hard.
start somewhere. But all right, I got calc.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on here like a lot, seriously. And then, yeah, we'll come on again maybe tomorrow or the next day. And maybe I'll be out and about. And then you can come on again and it'll be more adventuresome.
Yeah,
Okay, and maybe we'll know more about this Gaga and
I'll
the
keep my eye out.
eggs. Yeah,
I'm sure
I have a
they're popping.
feeling. Okay, cool. Awesome seeing you, Zodek. And everyone else who was here, Art of Pain, Morse Code, everyone. Yes, I'm thinking whoever was here, well done. And whoever's watching later on, I'm finally going to actually not sleep in here
Yeah, but yeah,
anymore.
it's a pleasure. Really grateful for, and next time we'll get more into it.
Yes, and I hope this thing sound comes out good.
I hope so. I hope we got it all too. We got it. We
Yeah,
got it all. We got it all. Got
we
it all.
control. Time moves around us. We've
Yes,
got
that's right.
this.
According to the laws of time and the here now present, I have access to everything. I don't know.
Various timelines.
Yeah,
Well, we're in one timeline. We've called all our energy to the current timeline, our current focus, to find. No, we have it.
we have it. Yeah,
To use the golden egg. I
yeah.
think, yeah, I don't know. I feel like that's. Do you
I
want
think
to
whatever
close
we
us
even, I
off with?
think at this point, whatever we, if you create a mantra, it would just work anyway. At this point, because it's already there. So it just bring
Do
us
you
close.
want to? Do you want to close us off in light language prayer?
Um,
Do you want to give us some words of light?
hmm. I don't know what to say now. I gotta check at the end here.
Zodiac always knows.
I know. Um,
Just whatever you feel, whatever you feel inspired to give to the people, your constituency.
All right, I guess what I want to say is that, you know, let's just go with this. Despite what's going on in the world right now, just remember that um, every person has a story and is an individual, and we should, just keep that in the back of our mind. We don't know what's going on in anybody's life, their story is, but they have a story, and they should be able to live that story to the fullest. And yeah, I think that's just what I want to say. You know,
I
just
second that.
think about your fellow man, neighbor, and just try to be there for. If you see someone, just try to be there for them. And yeah, that's what I want to say. I think.
I think that's perfect. Everyone has a story. Everyone has something that they want to do, be, have, and let's all keep that in the back of our minds when we interact with people, because
Yep.
we are not just interacting with the top layer surface that we see.
Hmm.
We're
Yeah.
actually interacting with a story, something that has been built over centuries, over generations and generations,
Yep. Yeah.
and
Exactly.
it's important.
Yeah.
I like that. Okay, everyone. Good night or good morning, I guess. It's raining cats and dogs here, but yeah.
Yeah. Whatever time of day it is. Peace and love, everybody. And then yeah, till next time. Thank you.
Bye. Is that the thingy?
I don't know. This way maybe. All right. Have a good night, man.
You too. Good night.